This is the Troll Patrol. Live with Justin Freakin.
Where do we even start? A lot of news be doing a lot of shit today. Of course, we're convening early in order to cover the Republican National Convention, which is now underway in... That's where we start. That's where we fucking start. Oh, shit. So apparently I fell asleep last night. My best friend tried to... I got off the stream, cooked dinner. The head mod? Fuck. That's like trying to ask me, like, pick a favorite kid or something. It's like saying which one's my favorite cat. I guess it's Warlord. Just as longevity. As I was getting ready to say that. Good afternoon, good evening. Warlord Tadpole. Diablonatus. Clinically. JD fucking Vance. I guess that's where we're going to start, though we could have started with, they threw out the, well, they. There's not a they, Justin. Pronouns, pal. Judge Eileen Cannon threw out the classified documents case against Donald Trump earlier today. One of those things that when I read it this morning shocked the shit out of me. I could not believe it. I mean, I guess I can believe it. But it's like an open and shut. He did the crime. Yeah, shocked. I shouldn't say that. So currently they're on, I guess it's a dinner break. The RNC, I guess, officially kicks off with their speaker list tonight at 7. I can't tell. You can go and look at their master schedule, but it doesn't tell you who speaks when. Who knows if they even know? But it is a weird lineup of speakers we're going to get all through the week, including Tucker Carlson, Amber Rose, Dana White. Now, JD Vance on Wednesday. That wouldn't surprise me, but she's almost certainly been looking for any reason to be able to throw this out. She cited the Supreme Court immunity decision and said that Jack Smith's appointment was unconstitutional. Now, this doesn't mean that the classified documents case is over. Smith can refile in D.C., file in D.C., Here's your meme of the day. That's probably the first thing they're going to do is appeal the dismissal. We'll take the live coverage of the Republican National Convention here in about an hour. I got news for you. It makes it sound like I got an announcement or something. No, I mean like I've got like news if you want to. We find out what that news be doing. Talk about JD Vance, the classified documents. But I also have some fucked up crime stories. DJ Dub, good evening. I think I also bookmarked a like top 20 car chases of all time. Caught on dashboard or something like that. Caught on dash cams. So we can always whip that out if we need to. We're gonna take the. I need to get high. That's what needs to happen. That was the first thing that needed to happen. I almost came on early just so I could smoke with you peoples. Instead, I hit my little pipe a couple times. DJ Dub, my friend. Moving to Montana soon. That's wild. They've got, let me see if I can. They've got JD Vance scribbled onto their signs. This is live on the floor at Milwaukee, the Republican National Convention. We'll probably take Washington Post coverage. You guys know I like James Holman. Some with crayon, some with Sharpie. Wouldn't doubt some of them did it with blood. So that's that's the scene. You were just seeing it, right? That's exactly what it looks like. The Republican National Convention. Some of them are that committed. Some of them need to be committed. Clinically. We're talking about the MAGA crowd. Because there is no traditional Republican Party anymore. Let's see JD Vance get introduced earlier today at the Republican National Convention. You think there are people in the MAGA crowd that wouldn't give their blood for Trump? There were people at that speech ready to sacrifice themselves for Trump. Come on.
RNC convention underway right now, day one after that kickoff at Summerfest grounds yesterday.
Yeah, and we know they are introducing JD Vance to the entire arena there at Fiserv Forum, and standing by inside the arena also are our lead anchors Patrick Palantonio and Deanna Gutierrez inside Fiserv Forum. Hey guys.
How you doing, Derek? Kristen, we're unsure right now if Vance will actually take the stage. He just walked into the room moments ago. He was introduced. This coming just maybe a couple hours.
Great.
We learned that he is the pick to be the
that news be doing the Republican
right you're seeing
National Convention.
There on the floor. I believe he's standing with the Ohio delegation.
This took place about a couple hours ago.
And just to give you perspective of kind of what happened when they were announcing that someone was going to be taking this stage.
Trump has now officially been nominated.
He was right alongside his wife. We started hearing those USA chants, and right now I don't know if you can hear the JD chants that are happening here right behind us. And to give you a little bit of perspective of how electric this room is here, there were moments where Patrick and I couldn't even talk to each other because it's so hard to hear. But to give you background on JD Vance, let's go ahead and talk about how he met former President Donald Trump. They met in 2021. In April of 2022, Trump endorsed Vance in the Ohio Senate race. A 39-year-old now as a running mate for former President Donald Trump.
He now joins the ticket. Let's listen in for a moment and hear what they have to say.
I know firsthand that my dear friend JD is a selfless and brilliant fighter. He is a patriot who loves America. He loves Ohio. He loves his family. He's a great father. He's a great man. And that's what we need in this nation today. The JD Vance, America First, is not just a slogan. It's his North Star. He has followed it every moment of his life and career. He knows what it's like to live in poverty, forgotten by Washington politicians. He is dedicated to ensure that no American is ever forgotten again.
This is the Peter Thiel funded candidate, J.D. Vance.
It is a great
And there's the reason why he was selected.
that
Peter
J.D.
Thiel.
Vance be nominated by acclamation by this Republican National Convention as its candidate for the office of Vice President of the United States of America.
And we're watching.
I do want to point out that, okay, should Trump win the presidency, him picking J.D. Vance is actually pretty good for Democrats because Tim Ryan didn't come that far far off from winning that race. What, 3 points, 4 points is what Vance beat him by? Lazy Eyes, good evening. Welcome to our RNC coverage. So, it's possible this year you are going to see a Democrat win a Senate seat in Ohio. His name is Sherrod Brown. He is up significantly right now. So it's not out of the realm of possibility that Ohio would elect a Democrat, probably Tim Ryan, running again and possibly a special election to serve out the remainder of J.D. Vance's term. It's not out of the realm of possibility that this pick could have fucked Donald over should he win in terms of the Senate makeup on the other side. Because I believe the Democrats are going to retain control by a 50-50 split. Then again, won't be Democrats retaining control if Donald Trump wins the presidency. J.D. Vance becomes the 51st vote, and it's a tiebreaker. Boom. My idea of Democrats retaining control of the Senate came under a confident Biden win, which I am not so much anymore. There are a lot of things going on, and there is still a lot that can happen in the next 3 months.
Watching these developments live right now behind us on the convention floor. The Ohio delegation is set up just behind the Wisconsin delegation down there.
Shot show or shit show, either or, both are applicable.
Matt Smith, political director Matt
It's
Smith.
just another day in Shot Show USA.
We are right in the middle of everyone as this nomination is happening as we speak. Take a look.
Fuzzy Simba, good evening.
Vance officially nominated vice president right behind my shoulder. You see the Wisconsin delegation. Ohio is behind me. If there's any stretch
It
of
was a couple hours ago.
seeing it behind
We're currently on break at the RNC.
as this
Good morning to you
is
then.
underway. Right now, they are announcing J.D. Vance is the official vice
Go ahead, light one up, tip one back. It's all right to have a little fun after you get out of the sack.
As we've been
Boom!
watching these delegates very excited just
Konnichiwa.
time ago that he will be the nominee. We were with the Wisconsin delegation as they learned about this. Take a listen.
Usha Vance, thank you, and God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back Speaker Johnson.
How in the fuck, Peter Thiel? I'm sorry, I answered my own question.
What a great
Where did this motherfucker come from? Why was he foisted upon us?
of the rules of the Republican Party. I formally declare President Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance as the Republican nominees for President and Vice President of the United States.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back RNC Chairman Michael Watley.
This was a couple hours ago at the opening of the
What a
convention.
great afternoon for the Republican Party. And what a great afternoon for America.
Who the fuck is this guy?
It is now time to take the official convention
His head
photograph.
looks like a jar of mayonnaise.
All of the delegates would please stand and turn to the center camera directly opposite the stage.
He is at the convention. He speaks on
We will
Thursday.
take the official photograph.
Are you kidding? He's excited for this. This is like his biggest, like, so many more eyeballs are gonna be on this because of, and I don't know, like, if you're gonna stage something, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. There is no reason to stage something like this.
The camera's right there.
But if you were going to, this is fucking good timing.
And we are here experiencing this with all of you at home. The Republican National Convention Day 1 kickoff inside
They always save the nominee for the last night.
Unrecognizable as it becomes a temporary home for the GOP. Right
Usually,
now, just kind of watching them.
In the past, it would be the nominee's wife, usually speaks.
We hear it here.
Melania has done it in the past.
Donald Trump.
Usually, Melania would be the keynote speaker of the first night.
Vance campaign. As here we are at the first day of the RNC. The former president.
I think in 2016 he walked her out, if I remember correctly.
Go live right here.
I was not doing a troll patrol, but I was certainly watching it.
J.D. Vance, the senator from Ohio, is his running mate.
J.D. Vance, Donald Trump officially the Republican ticket for the 2024 presidential election. Who is J.D. Vance? I was wondering how in the fuck, he just kind of burst onto the scene with that stupid book, Hillbilly Elegy. As an Appalachian, we don't claim him. Hold on. I think I might have shared this in the Discord. You see J.D. Vance's tweets and fully understand why his mom traded him for some perk 30s. Apparently that was his story. His mom was a drug addict in Appalachia. By Appalachia, he means Southern Ohio. He works for Peter Thiel.
J.D. Vance has had a meteoric rise in the Republican.
Oregon gal, good evening.
Best-selling author and Never Trumper in 2016.
I'm a Never Trump guy. I never liked him.
To winning a U.S. Senate seat at age 38. And now, he's former President Donald Trump's running mate.
Elect Donald Trump in 2024. God bless you, sir.
Vance is very much a creature of the new Republican Party that Trump has shaped in his image. By picking Vance, Trump is showing he's doubling down on this MAGA agenda. It's a full-throated, populist, national conservative ticket.
Here's why the Trump-Vance ticket is a big deal for the future of the MAGA movement.
Yeah, Vance is further to the right of Trump, probably.
J.D. Vance first catapulted to fame in 2016 after he published his memoir, Hillbilly Elegy. The book detailed his experience growing up poor in Rust Belt, Ohio, and making it to Yale Law School. It was a smash hit and became a Ron Howard-directed movie in 2020.
I know I could have done better. But
wouldn't surprise me.
You got to decide. You want to be somebody or not?
We're trying to paint this white nationalist movement as a movement primarily of poor and working class Americans, when the truth is that the alt-right is actually led by better educated and frankly pretty well-to-do people.
Yes, it is. He's right there.
Public spotlight, Vance was very much anti-Trump. His book made clear that he was a conservative. Many people latched onto it as an explanation for Trump's sort of surprise success in the Republican Party and then in the election.
When Vance launched his campaign for the Senate in 2021, his stance on Trump underwent a big shift.
I obviously didn't fully appreciate the president's appeal in 2016.
Yeah, he said some bad things about me, but that was before he knew me, and then he fell in love.
He even described himself to me in one interview as a flip-flop flipper on Trump, saying that he had similar policy views but was against Trump as a person until he realized that Trump was advocating for the policies that he supported.
While running for Senate, Vance was one of several pro-Trump candidates in the primary. But in one debate, Vance was the lone candidate to oppose a NATO-enforced no-fly zone over Ukraine, and that caught the eye of Trump's inner circle.
What a no-fly zone, it sounds nice, like we asked the Russians not to fly planes over Ukraine. What it means in practice is American Marine Corps pilots, Air Force pilots, and Navy pilots getting in dogfights with Russian jets.
which the problem with that is it's not in our vital national interest.
That impressed Donald Trump Jr., and he began advocating for Vance's candidacy, including with his father.
Trump's unique brand of conservative politics has been reshaping the core tenets of the Republican Party since he was elected in 2016, like tighter borders and a retreat from the world stage. He's changed the GOP so much that the Republican National Committee recently revamped its platform to a new, stripped-down version, one that focuses more on Trump himself than on specific policy decisions.
Trump has been changing all of those stances to the point where many older Republicans feel it's no longer recognizable. At the same time, a movement has arisen in Trump's image that believes in his policies and believes that the Republican Party should be reshaped in his image.
Believers in this movement, referred to as the New Right or National Conservatives, take Trump's impulses and
dumb fucks
doctrine. Vance has become one of their leading voices.
The American people, again, they need people who put the interests of their own citizens first, of our own citizens first. And that's what this entire movement is all about. And I think that's what the Trump presidency
is. He wearing eye makeup?
As I expect that we will.
Or does he have just really pretty eyelashes?
To be his running mate. That was a pick very much intended to reassure Republican voters. Pence, being a traditional conservative, an evangelical Christian, was someone who regular Republicans who saw Trump as sort of an arriviste in their party could look at Pence and say, all right, that's someone I can trust. Fast forward to 2024, it's clear that Trump no longer sees a need to share power with that wing of the Republican Party.
Right after Trump's attempted assassination in July, Vance was one of the first Republicans to publicly cast blame at the Biden campaign for the shooting. As Republicans unite around the Trump-Vance ticket after the July 13th attack, Democrats remain in disarray following President Biden's disastrous debate performance in June. Biden has vowed to stay in the race despite continuing calls from fellow Democrats to step away from his place at the top.
Oh yeah, I forgot about all that.
A whole pool of voters there in the center of the electorate who really are not being spoken to by either candidate because of the way these tickets have shaped up.
Senators Marco Rubio from Florida and Tim Scott from South Carolina were also contenders on Trump's VP shortlist. Both could have appealed to minority voters, something that Trump has historically struggled with. Choosing Vance allows Trump to shore up support among the white working class.
Ohio is also part of the Rust Belt, and the most crucial states in this election are those Rust Belt states. That white working class vote is a vote that is also very crucial throughout those Rust Belt battlegrounds. There is a hope by some of Vance's backers and some on Trump's team that he could potentially galvanize those voters even more than Trump already does to juice Republican turnout in those states.
What was the Russia collusion hoax? It was about destroying Donald Trump. This ridiculous New York fraud case, it's about destroying the guy's wealth before he re-enters the Oval Office.
It's good to see you, man. Thank you.
He is really a bet on the future as well, a bet on the future of the Republican Party and a bet on the future of the populist conservative movement. Trump would never say he's anointing a successor, but Vance was decades younger than the other potential picks that were under consideration for vice president. And in choosing such a young person to be on the ticket with him, there's an unavoidable implication that Trump has sort of chosen an heir, chosen someone to take the mantle of
It's not Don Jr.
and go forward with it, whether it's as a future president himself or simply as someone who is poised to exert great influence in the Republican Party, continuing to shape it along those populist conservative lines for years or potentially decades to come.
He's not popular, though. J.D. Vance wasn't as popular as some of the other Republican candidates in, was it 2022? I think it was 2022. But he was referred to by Don Jr. as the American Dream.
Scott, who's with Don Jr. Rachel, can you get a question to the former president's son?
Yeah, Mr. Trump, the reaction just came in. It is going to be Senator J.D. Vance. What is your reaction to this?
I'm incredibly excited. J.D.'s become a really good friend of mine over the last few years. I think he helps us across the board in so many of the
Princess Kimberly.
So critical. His story is just an incredible one. It's the American dream. It's about total success. He's just going to be an incredible pick.
The former president endorsed J.D. Vance in his Senate race. It was really a bright spot for Republicans and what was really a disappointing year. What are you hoping that he brings to this ticket?
The same energy he's brought Republicans in the United States Senate, I want to see on this ticket, and I think he's going to do that for sure.
You're very close to Senator J.D. Vance. You said there's a lot of acquaintances.
I love that nobody is trying to speak to Eric.
A very close friend. This has been quite a public audition process, vetting process to be Donald Trump's running mate. What do you make that it's now him?
Well, I'm super excited because I know the man, I know the character, I know his resolve. There's no weaknesses there. I'm just super excited about it.
Thank you so much, sir, for the time.
I'm ready to feel loyalty.
This is a
Everybody else seems to be turning Trump. Why not?
really crowded here.
I'm white.
Former president's family. I'm
getting old.
To give them a little bit space here, David, as I toss it back to you. But a very, very happy Donald Trump Jr.
Let the kids deal with this bullshit.
Overjoyed by this choice, saying
yes, cancel Justin.
David.
Rachel Scott getting the first interview with the Don Jr. there on the floor of the Republican convention here post the breaking headline that J.D. Vance has officially been selected as.
Yeah, we heard from J.D. Vance earlier.
November.
Where J.D. Vance was officially announced as the nominee. Trump was officially announced as the nominee. We saw the whole process at the convention. We are waiting for them to come back live. I believe the shindig gets underway about 7 o'clock tonight with the speakers and such. So we'll be taking that here in about 30 minutes. We finding out what that news be doing right now. This was Joe Biden's response to J.D. Vance.
Jr. make the big announcement. He, his sister, his brother, wife, girlfriends, all in tow in the crowd, and they went wild.
They absolutely did. Kira, I do want to pick up on the question you just asked Terry, because I'm staying right on point with you, Kira, because you mentioned that statement that came out a few minutes ago from the Biden-Harris campaign.
Things haven't been normal for a really long time.
Who, as we saw speak to our Rachel Scott, and I can tell you has been really the architect between J.D. Vance getting on the ticket with his father, just put out this tweet, Kira. I want to read it in part. It reads, quote, Biden is stuck with the worst VP in the history of our nation. President Trump is one of the most dynamic young leaders in the country, referencing J.D. Vance. He goes on to say our party has never been more unified. But again, that tone clearly stripping away from what we have seen over the last 48 hours of trying to take the temperature down.
What the fuck just happened?
President Biden said from the Oval Office at some point over the last few days, Kira, it was going to get back to vigorous debate, and clearly we're very much entering that. But look, I do think that this is a major win for Donald Trump Jr., who I can nation president.
Here's the deal about J.D. Vance. He talks a big game about working people, but now he and Trump want to raise taxes on the middle-class families while pushing more tax cuts for the rich. Well, I don't intend to let them, and if you're with me, pitch in. So
President Trump is one of the most dynamic young leaders in the country, referencing J.D. Vance. He goes on to say our party has never been more unified. But again, that tone.
This is the wrong tweet up on the screen.
Over the last 48 hours of trying to take the temperature down, you know, as President Biden said from the Oval Office at some point over the last few days, Kira, it was going.
I was really confused.
Debate, and clearly we're very much entering that. But look, I do think that this is a major win for Donald Trump Jr., who I can tell you, Kira, up until late this morning, early this afternoon, was continuing to work the phones, continuing to try to convince his father that J.D. Vance.
Nobody isn't going to grow a pair.
And we can tell you that up until just the last few hours here, Kira, our team reporting in real time that Senators Marco Rubio and Governor Todd Burgum were informed in just the last few hours that they were not going to be amongst the individuals that would join Donald Trump on this ticket heading into November.
Apparently, J.D. Vance got 20 minutes. 20 minutes was what he was between him being told and them announcing it publicly.
Listen, I do think that one of the things we're going to see shortly is J.D. Vance come into this arena here in Milwaukee. It'll be one of the first times we have seen him formally since it was announced by the former president he would join the ticket. The big thing, though, that possibly, I don't think we're going to see it this afternoon, but maybe this evening, many people I can tell you around this arena have been coming up saying to me, or I've overheard conversations, Kira, they want to see President Trump. He has not been seen in a public way. We've only seen some videos of him boarding his aircraft, but nobody has really seen him since that horrific assassination on Saturday. Perhaps shortly we will see him here, Kira.
trying to get you a Maynard, but there he is. Hey, buddy. He knows I'm wanting to pick him up. That's why he keeps running from me. He knows. He's fucking smart. Talk to him. Say something. Talk to him. I'm sure he is very upset with it. I got hair on my mouth. They're all three shedding really bad. So we're gonna go to the updates on the assassination. I've got some video for you. Several videos released of the shooter. Let's start with the search of his home.
Who attempted to assassinate the former president, 20-year-old Thomas Crooks of Bethel Park. The FBI has told us that Crooks's father bought the rifle that was used, but there is no indication that he knew anything about his son's plans.
Thomas Crooks graduated from Bethel Park High School 2 years ago. He's described as a smart kid, good student, someone who is mostly quiet and kept to himself.
Everyone kind of knew him as the kid that knew everything. So everything we would always joke, say, I bet Thomas knows the answer to this question. If we don't, Thomas knows it.
Tonight, federal agents are still trying to connect some dots, looking into Crooks' mental health history and what his emotional state may have been leading up to Saturday. Today, the FBI was in the neighborhood in Bethel Park where Crooks lived, going door to door.
And that's where we find our Megan Schiller this afternoon. Megan.
Hey, Megan.
Eric and Ken, reporters from all over the area and really across the globe have been descending here into Bethel Park, just trying to learn more about Thomas Crooks and his family members and his friends, those who were close to him. Right behind me is his home, and in the driveway is the blue pickup truck that neighbors say they remember seeing him drive through the neighborhood. Most importantly, though, the neighbors we talked with said they just remember him walking the neighborhood alone. We did just get new information confirmed that the preliminary examination of Crooks' cell phone has not yet produced anything helpful in determining a motive. All eyes are locked on Bethel Park as investigators search for clues and a motive for Saturday's assassination attempt. Liam Campbell recognized his neighbor and former classmate immediately.
Yeah. Immediately. I've just, like, all the yearbook photos and everything, I knew who he was.
We asked him his reaction to the news that investigators found rudimentary bomb-making materials just a few feet away at Thomas Crooks' family home.
I was shocked because knowing that he lived so close to me, that he did something like that, it's shocking.
And as federal investigators search for a motive behind the shooting that injured several and killed a local father, Crooks' former classmates try to process.
I don't know what happened after graduation, but in high school, he was never the type that I would have to worry about.
And we did just learn breaking news into our newsroom that is now reportable that the shooter's father, who lives directly behind me, did call local police here in Bethel Park after the shooting took place. This is according to multiple law enforcement officials.
Is my kid.
CBS News does not yet have the exact details of the nature of that call or the exact timing, but of course, we are working to learn more. We're live in Bethel Park right now.
Let's hold on. Let's go over here. Let's take Kevin McCarthy.
His first concerns was about the individual who had got killed that day and those who got wounded. But then he was still the president explaining to me that he learned from the doctor that there's a lot of blood in your ear. And you don't really know that. I didn't know that before. Then he would say, now, Kevin, you'll learn because you have big, beautiful ears, right? So you'll learn that one day.
Wait.
No, he was still looking through there. And really what you're hearing from him, the word unite, he's really taking this moment in stride, understanding what it meant, right? He didn't run from it. He stood up to fight for the American public, and he wants to unite.
I'm amazed he's there.
Right now, can I ask you quickly? We've heard a lot about change. The former president's posture is going to change in the wake of this assassination attempt. What do you think that change is going to look like?
I think with the president, I don't take it as a change. I take it as always an improvement, right? You learn from your experience. Think about...
I'd wear it like a badge of honor, DJ Dub.
Someone actually lost their life there. He understands the value of it, and he picked himself up.
Tadpole, let's tell you good evening.
Person comes in, tries...
Yeah, let's hear from Taylorship Business's classmates. That's something I will do if I ever get to do.
You're hearing from the president, too, is...
I'm going to write a book, a movie.
How can I bring...
We'll do a documentary movie. We'll do a mini-series.
From this experience at the same time. And I think those are the things you'll hear from him.
You use the word tone.
Hey, yeah, you're right, DJ Dub. Hey, one of you needs to go and commit some... I shouldn't say that.
During this campaign, is there going to be any type of policy shift in order to unify the country, or is it? What did he say about what that means to him?
We'll see how the president has to...
I condemn all violence.
The president wouldn't be leading right now, and the current President Biden wouldn't be such low approval rating if his policies were wanted. I mean, I think this is really good and healthy for America to have a debate on policy. Do you want your border wide open, or do you want a secure border?
I want it spread fucking eagle, bitch.
Inflation to still be rampant. Do you like the idea that Putin has invaded other countries, but the only time he didn't invade anywhere is when President Trump was in? Do you like the idea that you had 5 embassies that had to be evacuated under Biden, and you didn't under Trump? Did you like the idea that North Korea is testing missiles again, but they didn't under President Trump? So I think that debate of policies was really what the country's looking for, and less about personality.
So, Kana,
I don't think North Korea stopped
continue making his way
testing
around the floor.
missiles.
Again, former Speaker Kevin McCarthy there, an ally of former President Trump's, walking us through a number of topics, but saying that he spoke with the former president not long after that attempted assassination on Saturday. You heard
I can't believe Kevin McCarthy is at the convention.
Things that they talk about and say, as we discussed.
After you've suffered an embarrassment.
He likes this pick of J.D. Vance.
Being removed from your speakership.
It's going to have any kind
months into it. How do you show up at the Republican convention? What fucking bootlickers?
We certainly have, and wow, that was a really interesting moment here in Milwaukee and down there on the convention floor there, Jay, where you were able to catch up with the ousted speaker, who in some ways it could be a symbol of the division in the Republican Party that we have seen, but here he is on the floor of the convention talking about unity and talking about how Donald Trump will try to...
Don't let just anybody in there.
Party. And Catherine, I do want to talk to you in a moment about Special Counsel Jack Smith and his intent to appeal everything that's going on with Trump in the classified documents case, but I do want to ask you, because you and I were talking just last night.
We already got that indication he intends to appeal.
Vice presidential pick, and now that we do know that it is J.D. Vance, and you are seeing Republicans fall in line, it really does feel like this party in this moment is in lockstep.
That's what I said, DJ, when I came on. I was like, where do we even start? It's been a day.
Well, they really are. Everybody seems to be in lockstep. And actually, Kana, you mentioned we were talking last night, just moments ago before I came up here, I was talking to Ben Carson, a former cabinet official.
Ben Carson.
A bit rumored to...
I've got the ABC News feed up live over here. We are going to let's do this Inside Edition piece here.
Was a high school student when he appeared in an ad for an investment company. We found this video on his high school Facebook page explaining computer coding to another student.
The signal is
decreasing.
Crooks' high school years were troubled. He was rejected by the school rifle team. Crooks' aim was comically bad, according to one report.
He was in the same homeroom as me.
His aim was not comically bad, apparently. 400 yards, is that what they said? For those of you who are unaware of how close Trump came to dying, he turned his head. If he hadn't turned his head, it would have been a direct headshot. I think it's the second shot, I'm not sure, that gets him. As for somebody that knows more about ballistics than me. But Trump turns to look at the chart telling how horrible immigrants are, or it would have been a direct headshot. It's insane.
Former classmate Sarah D'Angelo says Crooks studied the assassination of President Kennedy in honors American history class.
You kind of had to make your own conspiracy theory about where the shooter was and, how you thought it was done.
He was also bullied at school and sat by himself, friendless, in the cafeteria at lunch.
Based on the way he dressed, I mean, you know how kids are nowadays. If you don't fit in with the clique, they're going to come after you. And that's
kids nowadays.
Like how he was. Like, he would sit by himself, play games on his computer.
Stop. This video shows Crooks goofing around with other students. Kohler says Crooks wore an anti-COVID mask long after they were required.
Thomas Crooks.
This is Crooks' 2022 high school graduation. He graduated community college in May with an associate's degree in engineering science. He found work as a...
For those who are unaware, the profession most likely to become a terrorist is engineer. So...
dietary aide at a nursing home after passing a background check. You could see behind me this cop car and this crime scene tape, which is blocked off the neighborhood where the shooter lived with his family. Neighbors tell us the family kept to themselves.
All I have heard is that they were a very reclusive family and they didn't really talk to people, so people that live around him don't really know them.
The motive for firing at Trump remains a mystery. Crooks was a registered Republican, but donated $15 to a progressive group. When 20-year-old Crooks was taken down by a Secret Service sniper...
Apparently, this is a Ryan Grimm reporting. Apparently, it's like a real spammy, not politically, not overtly obvious that it would be a Democratic group, and it's like a survey. It was something about should Biden pardon Trump? And that's the survey he responded to, giving the $15. Drake, good afternoon. What, did I not hit a content warning? Why are you offended?
He wore a t-shirt from Demolition Ranch, a YouTube channel that features firearms.
Venus.
The FBI are now scouring Crooks' phone for clues to a motive. This is his voicemail message.
Hello, this is Thomas Crooks.
Is not available. The search for insights into the mind of the would-be assassin is just beginning.
Apparently, he had a real dirty sense of humor. If only he had discovered the Troll Patrol before he went about doing this business, maybe we could have de-radicalized him.
6'4". I go to Stanford University. I have a 10-inch penis and 6'4". I go to Stanford University. I have a 10-inch penis and 6'4".
It is the truth, Drake. Look it up. We just watched it, Venus. We just watched him being bullied. I kind of didn't like how Inside Edition glossed over it. They said he was joking around with classmates, but he was totally being bullied. We also had the neighbor that spoke to us last night. We saw the video. The neighbor was giving testimony. He said he was bullying. He was being bullied.
Stop.
Dad, put your leggings.
Stop. Wait, stop. Pulling my leg. Stop. Stop.
Dad, put your leggings.
Stop. Wait, pulling my leg.
It's hard to tell what's going on there. It's such a short clip.
Stop.
Dad, put your leggings.
Stop. Wait.
Are they making fun of him for having high water pants on? Because I can't say that if I saw that kid walking around, I wouldn't be like, everything's coming up Millhouse.
Oh, I hate these flood pants. Hey, they're working. My feet are soaked, but my cups are bone dry. Everything's coming up Millhouse.
Well, hopefully he's watching the Troll Patrol right now, DJ Top. Give me some good publicity. Or bad publicity, but no publicity is... There's no such thing as bad publicity. I'm bullying the dead guy. Yeah, I am. There was this girl that rode the bus with me, and she was like a couple years older. I might have been in like 8th grade or something. Maybe I was a freshman and she was like a junior or a senior. And she like, you know, like this is 90s. This is like 98, 99, something like that. And she got like Tommy Hilfiger and shit on. And she's like mocking me for my clothes. And I remember this so vividly. That she was like, you've got Walmart pants and Kmart shoes. But here's the thing. Is my mom was like what they call putting on airs, right? Like she loved to look fancy schmancy. And we're talking like 98, 99, like fucking... Everybody's kind of booming at the time. It was a good economy. The whole Clinton years, everybody was riding a wave. My mom thought she was rich at that time. My pants that she was making fun of were Dockers, and my shoes were Rockports. Like they were like both like, and like I never cared. I've never like I couldn't tell you what the fucking name brand of anything I have is. It's concert t-shirts, that's what I've got. But my mom was really particular and made sure like I wouldn't get bullied because I would wear nice clothes to school. I got bullied anyway because everyone thought I was gay. And then right before my senior year, I thought I was hot shit too. Right before my senior year, I had my first homosexual experience. And it was with the like out kid in school. And after we go back to school, I had made a really off-color joke about one of his friends, and in return, he told everybody that like we'd sucked each other's dicks. And this was before I was open about it. And I was not cool with my sexuality at the time. It took many more years before Justin was cool and open with his sexuality. So like it was kind of an embarrassing thing for me. Shouldn't have been, but like it's a small town, Eastern Kentucky. I'm already out here singing and dancing in sparkly vests in front of the school. In the show choir and shit. We're not gonna have any time to get any other news in. I was gonna talk about the king, warlord. Apparently we got a king. Someone has to be taken hostage. What? Okay, see, we gotta talk about that at some point. The king is getting ready to give a speech, and apparently somebody has to be taken hostage when it happens. Who am I talking to? I'm just rambling at this moment in time. We're about 10 minutes away from RNC coverage. Purgatorus, good evening. Welcome in. Anybody else sneak in here? Venus, did I tell you good evening? Quesadilla. Drake, I may have said what's up to all of you, but I just want to make sure. Acknowledgement. This dude's a nut job.
We are making history today, that we're going to be writing history this week, that President Trump is part of this history. And just for him to still be alive is absolutely a miracle of God. And we're so grateful that God is not through with Donald Trump yet. And he's here to lead us, and we're here to put wind beneath his wings.
Yeah, amen. Well said.
The wind beneath his wings.
So grateful that God is not through with Donald Trump yet, and he's here to lead us, and we're here to put wind beneath his wings.
Yeah, amen. Well said.
Did you ever know that you're my hero? I love that. I love the hands with the troll head. That looks so fucking cool. Ah, that's neat as fuck. You're everything I would like to be-ro. I don't remember what the rest of it is, to be honest with you. 'Cause you are the wind beneath my wings. Hold on. Let's, if you are watching on Twitch, let's get you a commercial break in. We'll get out of the way so that you don't miss any of the Republican National Convention that's coming up. We're gonna watch, that's pretty cool though. I'll wait until you guys get back from a commercial break to watch this, because that's gonna be cool. Here's commercial. Don't go anywhere. Republican National Convention. We're totally gonna, I've got a good timeline of just how bad the Secret Service failed. And then we're gonna watch Ben Shapiro's. I'm sure it's a horrendous take. Cube is selling hamburgers now? What's Cube? I don't know what a Cube is. Is it a hamburger chain? Well, apparently not, because you wouldn't feel that it's weird that it's selling hamburgers. Oh, it's all these DEI hires, didn't you hear? That's why the Secret Service failed so bad. Because it's absolutely a failure of the Secret Service. It's on them. You can't even blame the other law enforcement agencies. Though apparently there was a cop there that confronted the shooter and then pussed out. Apparently the shooter pointed his gun at the cop retreated, But that local cop should have never been in that position to begin with, because the Secret Service should have had that roof secured. That it just seems dumb on their part. But I never underestimate the incompetence of law enforcement. I've said it 1,000,000 times. Who told you to get up there? Hey, Maynard. Maynard. Who told you to get up there? Hey. And so he has to have his campaign events in big lots. What is this cat doing? Why is he up there? Why is this happening? Everybody back from commercial break. I mean, I guess it's entertaining. Sprinkles does as he pretty much does. Oh my God, this morning. Holy shit. He meowed for 2 hours until I got up and I went in there and I turned the water on for him. 'Cause he loves to get his head wet and then go lay in the sun. Like he's got a futon mattress in there in the other room. The window, the sun shines into it perfectly. He gets super hot. He's like a lizard, but he likes to get his head completely wet. And then he drinks it. He drinks the water like it's like his dumb bitch juice. And then he goes and he lays in the sun. And then he follows the sun across the floor. Every morning, he's really into it. I feel like he's bummed out on mornings when there's not sun. And sometimes he'll come in here and sleep with me if there's no sun. Yeah, that's Sprinkles over there. This is payback because I put him on stream earlier. We're getting ready to watch the Republican National Convention here in just 1 minute. I think they've got speakers and everything ready to go. Here's the timeline of the Trump shooting. I'm gonna kill my camera for this so you can see everything.
Doing this job, I wouldn't even be doing this. I'd be at some beautiful place with a gorgeous ocean.
Look, they're all pointing.
The Atlantic, maybe the Pacific.
Yeah, someone's on top of the roof. Look. There he is right there.
They synced it up.
He's laying down. You see him?
Yeah, he's laying down.
And still I'm here with you fighting like hell to get a Senate.
What's happening?
And to make sure we take back the White House, because if we do, we're going to make America better than ever before. We're going to make it.
Yeah, look.
And it's
There he
not
is.
easy, because we have millions and millions of people in our country that shouldn't be here.
They're yelling.
Criminals. We have criminals. We have drug dealers. We have people that should not be here. And it's much tougher than if it happened. We have the strongest border ever. In recorded history, we're the best border. In fact, if they could ever put up a chart, I don't know if they can do it. Do you guys have access to that chart that I love so much? You don't mind if I go off teleprompter, do you? Because these teleprompters are so damn boring, I try and explain that. Oh, there's a, wow. You guys are doing it.
He's moving around a lot.
My guys, take a look at that chart. Take a look at the arrow on the bottom. See the big red arrow, right? So that's when I left office. That was the lowest point, and that comes right from the government services, comes right out of Border Patrol. Take a look at that. So that arrow is the lowest amount of illegal immigration ever in recorded history into our country.
What?
And then the worst president in the history of our country took over. And look what happened to our country. Probably 20 million people. And you know, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that says,
I hope he's turning this way. Be careful, guys.
We got breaking news. We got breaking news coming in. Shots fired. Seems to be shots fired at the Trump rally.
That was a cool fucking video, and yes, it has been verified. Someone synced up all the different crowd videos. About 2 minutes. It was about 2 minutes between the time that all the people had spotted him. But there were other people that had spotted him as he was going up the roof. We had heard from that guy, and he tried to alert law enforcement.
We are live right now at the Trump rally.
An amazing video.
We don't know if President Trump has been shot. We know he hit the ground.
Oh, absolutely. Never underestimate the incompetence of cops.
Shots are still continuing to be fired. He's giving a thumbs up, everybody. He's giving a thumbs up.
The very moment the photo was taken. Three people were hit. One person died.
Breaking news right now. This is Vanessa Broussard reporting to you live from Butler, Pennsylvania. We hear shots fired.
Insane.
Not 10 to 15 minutes after President Trump arrived, he hit the ground. Unheard of yet if he has been hit by gunfire.
He was great.
Secret Service quickly erupted.
We can see the guy there.
The snipers on the building behind the.
I think they hit him because the guy he looks dead.
About time we get the RNC shindig started, but first here's Ben Shapiro.
So I just came off Shabbat here in Los Angeles. Obviously, we sort of heard the news through the grapevine.
Casual Shabbat.
President Trump in Pennsylvania. It's a shocking moment in American history, a terrifying moment in American history, and the culmination of a long effort, no matter how you slice it, to ratchet up the level of rhetoric in the United States surrounding our politics such that this sort of assassination attempt could ever even happen. So I just came off Shabbat here in Los Angeles.
Casual Shabbat. I do want to point out that Ben Shapiro sang a different tune about rhetoric. Mehdi Hassan calling him out. I didn't incite mosque shooter. Conservative pundit Ben Shapiro insists. You just seen some of his tweets. All right, here we go.
As well as in the rest of his presidential campaign.
8 years ago, Donald Trump picked Mike Pence because Pence offered something that Trump didn't have. He was a bridge to the establishment. He was a bridge to evangelicals. The party at the convention was uneasy with Donald Trump. This time, Trump is doubling down.
Curate your audience.
And an anti-establishment figure. Trump is running against Washington. He's only been there not even 2 years. And Vance.
What is with my cats trying to make their presence known?
The Republican Party establishment in Ohio, and in fact really struggled to raise money when he was running in 2022 because he was so antagonistic toward non-Silicon Valley big businesses. The Mitch McConnell super PAC had to come in, spend more than $30 million basically to bail out his campaign.
Not high enough for this
what Trump
shit.
is doing is making a
no idea who's speaking tonight.
Geographic play. He said in his announcement on Truth Social,
there's no schedule of speakers or anything that I can fucking find.
Also, Minnesota. And Vance, sort of in Trump's view, can appeal to the white working class of the party, the kind of people who weren't engaged in politics at all before Trump came down that golden escalator. Ultimately, though, to your question, like, what does this say about Trump and what he's going to do? J.D. Vance is not a particularly unifying figure. He is a fighter. He's someone who relishes culture wars. He's someone who loves to be smash-mouth, who defended just in the last few weeks Trump's call for a special prosecutor to go after Joe Biden. That was the words Trump used, go after. He's someone who said he would not have done what Mike Pence did on January 6th, that he would not have certified the election. He has even said that Mike Pence wasn't actually in danger on January 6th. So, you know, he's also, even on Saturday night after the assassination attempt against the former president, he went out there, tweeted right away, said Joe Biden's rhetoric directly caused this to happen. He'll modulate it. That's at odds with Trump's sort of ethos of trying to tone down the rhetoric at the convention. I mean, we'll see tonight how that goes. But
if that happens,
what it tells me is that Trump had basically decided he was going to go with Vance before Saturday happened, and this is just he's going ahead with what he had planned all along.
My apologies, I was wrong about Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Guys calling an assassination attempt would change Donald Trump's calculation because he had kept it close hold. He hadn't told people who he was going to pick, and it does not seem to have done that. I'd want to share with people what we're seeing behind us. You can see all these delegates behind us on the floor. This is the call to order by Michael Whatley, who's the chair of the RNC. We'll be dipping in and hearing the speeches as they take place tonight, when especially prominent speakers come on, people who we think are going to have a message that is significant to this convention to show sort of the tone, the tenor, and the goals, as well as the platform, something we'll be talking about throughout this week. Right now, though, I want to play some tape of earlier when J.D. Vance was on the floor. We were all seeing this moment of J.D. Vance coming into
we already did that.
The vice presidential nominee for the Republican Party.
In this I know.
I think I might go and fund the GOP channel.
Faithfully stand by President Donald Trump's side as they win this election and change the course of our nation. They will change the course of our nation to the benefit of all Americans.
I'm gonna take the unadulterated feed. Let's hear the prayer.
EMTs, for their bravery too, gives us peace. There is a sacrifice that all Americans make to participate in the political process. We ask you to receive his servant, Corey Company.
Raw dog of the RNC.
And we pray for those who were injured, demonstrating their commitment to our democratic process.
I figure all the Washington Post is doing is what I've been doing, is playing you clips from earlier and shit, so what's the point? Oh, are we being silent right now?
In the words of George Washington, Almighty God, keep the United States of America in thy holy protection and incline the hearts of the citizens to a brotherly affection and love for one another. Through Jesus Christ, our Lord.
He's Catholic. The stage is cool.
Please rise for the presentation of colors. The colors are presented.
I don't think I like the flag, but all the other shit you can do with it.
Let's give them a warm welcome.
Left. Left.
Left. Left.
Raw dog in the RNC. That's what I should name the fucking stream.
Left. Left. Left.
Is it gonna let me do it?
Detail. Halt.
Is it
Order. Arms. Ready. Cut.
Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance and the national anthem.
Right shoulder. Arms. Present. Arms.
He's kicking authority in the balls.
If you will, follow me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now, to perform
My country, 'tis of me.
Teen Challenge Choir.
The what? Adult and Teen Challenge Choir? Don't let the priest anywhere near them. Suck. I do need some aloe or something. Yeah, they ain't even trying. Wait a minute, they might be special needs. Yeah, challenge choir. Fair enough, Venus. I didn't say it. It's a really hard song. Now that I know that I don't the challenge choir. I think it's the. I don't want to say special needs. It sounds horrible. Like it's no good on them because that's a fucking hard song.
Retired.
So I don't want to be insensitive.
Forward, march.
DJ Dub. Apparently they were. I don't know anyway.
Left.
I didn't know, Venus. I didn't know. And the first time I said it, I kind of halfway was joking.
Left.
No, I think they really were. They were like, it was the Down syndrome choir. Differently able. God, that was horrible. Cancel me. Hey, what?
Together we will.
Wait, I gotta
America.
I gotta do commercials on the GOP feed.
Together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong.
Yeah. Hate on them for promoting it, which they may not be Trump supporters. They may just be honored to be able to perform
again. And we will make America great again.
All the good musicians wouldn't perform. That's why they got the.
To humbly ask if you could chip in 5, 10, or 25.
Yeah, not doing that. He's got Laura with him. This is Eric's wife. If ever a man married up in his life, Eric had to, because like she seems smart. She's the smartest of all of them. I don't know, like, could they just not... Was the band notable? Did they have, like, copyright music? So therefore we don't get to hear them? High-paying brand new jobs Trump created. I guess I'll keep the Washington Post up as well, so we can always go back to it. Raw dog at the convention. What? My cats are tearing up my goddamn kitchen. It's fucking Maynard. I fed them right before the show, so they're not hungry. They've got water. I cleaned out their litter boxes just a couple hours ago. There's nothing they can be trying to tell me that they need from me right now. Oh, they were former addicts. Okay. Well, still, good on them. Good on them. They're not professionals, at least. Thank you for looking that up clinically. Oh, shit. I don't even know how I did that.
Turn here, it has sort of dampened calls on Joe Biden to step aside, and so I think Democrats are sort of okay with that. But to Rhonda's point, that most Americans, I'm sure everyone watching our
their snacks are in my snack drawer.
J.D. Vance, Hillbilly Elegy, they know he's kind of in the Senate, but it's true that most Americans don't know who he is, and so that means that he's open to.
Oh, are they playing the Rolling Stones?
Trump people can try to define him, but so can the Biden people, right? And so the Biden people are going to try to define him as this extremist who has all these crazy ideas and wants to ban abortion. And
I'd give you a treat, Sparkles.
Folks are going to try to introduce him as someone who's less than half Joe Biden's.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back RNC Chairman Michael Whatley.
I don't even know who this guy is. Who's Michael Whatley?
Delegates, guests.
I mean, if somebody wants to get clean, I'm supportive.
Across the country, welcome to the 2024 Republican National Convention. We are honored to have you here in Milwaukee.
I'd be drunk to be in Milwaukee.
Days ago, we witnessed a horrifying assassination attempt against President Trump at his rally in Pennsylvania.
I'm with you clinically. Unfortunately, that's the bulk of the programs.
We are praying for the family of Corey Compatore. We must unite as a party, and we must unite as a nation.
You used to eat your feelings away. What do you do with them now, Sparkles?
President Trump, and lead this nation to a greater future.
Aww.
4 years ago, Europe and the Middle East were at peace. Our southern border was secure, and our military
Venus?
was stronger than ever. 4 years ago,
I'm pretty sure
abroad and Americans could.
that I know the woman that you're talking about.
Tonight,
and
everything is different. Russia
matched with her on Grindr when I lived in Alabama.
Iran and its proxies have
And she was. I tried to get her to come on the Troll Patrol
China is
because she bragged about like how she was featured in magazines and shit. How she was like at all the Trump rallies,
posing a direct threat to our communities, and inflation is crushing families from coast to coast.
She said she wanted to dominate a dirty liberal.
As the chair of,
and I said, well, I don't usually like pain, but
have to be this way. And I am here tonight to tell you that we have a solution. Elect Donald J. Trump as the 47th president.
She sent me pictures, but she would never get together. And then apparently this trans girl that I saw for a little while, she apparently ended up dating her.
Unite us and restore our economy.
It was abusive apparently, as I understand it. But also, like, I could see it being like real toxic with both of them.
When I became chairman of the RNC, I pledged to do 3 things to make that happen. First,
mitochondria, I totally understand if you want to tune out.
Second, we are going to protect the ballot. And third,
Bitcoin was on a huge dip.
Convention. As long as I am your chairman, these will be the RNC's only priorities, because our #1 objective is to win this election. I am pleased to say that tonight we are kicking off the biggest and best convention in the history of the Republican Party, and we are united. This election is not just about the next 4 years.
Yes.
It's about future generations of Americans to come. I am so proud to serve as the chairman of your Republican National Committee and to open this convention. And I am so proud to work with all of you.
What kind of weird parade of losers are we going to get as speakers?
And J.D. Vance is our vice president.
That's what I can't wait to see.
And to make America wealthy again. Safe again. Strong again. And to make America great again. Thank you.
Oh, God. Wow. Think they're all actors? Especially that black woman that was right in the front. It was AI generated.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome United States Senator Ron Johnson of Wisconsin.
Oh, God! Tones, good evening.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome to Wisconsin.
One of the 5 dumbest men to ever hold a Senate seat.
170 years ago, the Republican Party was born here. founded on the principle of freedom and dedicated to the fight to end slavery. It is an
I said parade of weird losers.
Represent the good, decent, hardworking
Biden's going to show up and endorse Trump.
people of Wisconsin.
That would be the Democrat way.
Like most Americans, they believe the purpose of government is to help improve lives, not make them more difficult. Unfortunately, Vice President Harris and
No, he's just that dumb, Toads.
they've made our lives less safe and far more expensive. In other words, a lot more difficult. Back in 2008, Joe Biden ran out a ticket promising to, quote, fundamentally transform America, unquote. They weren't joking.
He did?
That was the Democrats' new radical far-left agenda.
I thought the quote was nothing will fundamentally change.
That party is not the party of our parents and grandparents. That party cared about workers and people struggling to get by. Now they are the party of open borders, reckless spending, weaponized government, and weakness on the world stage. This fringe agenda includes biological males competing against girls.
Oh, goddamn.
And the sexualization and indoctrination of our children.
We're off to the races.
Today's Democrat agenda, their policies are a clear and present danger to America, to our institutions, our values, and our people. Democrats have forgotten American families. They have abandoned the hardworking middle class. But with President Trump and Republicans, those forgotten Americans are forgotten no more. Republicans are the party of opportunity, liberty, and prosperity for all. We proved we know how to make life better for all Americans, and we can do it again. With a secure border, smaller government, less regulation, and lower taxes.
He's turning his head a lot.
Republicans understand that Americans don't want welfare.
There's going to be pop shots at him.
Work. They don't want woke equity. They want God-given equality. They want the promise of our founding documents, the right to pursue happiness. That's what Republicans will deliver.
Pumpkins.
We've repaired the damage caused by Democrats before, and we will do it again.
Matter. Good evening.
We will complete the mission President Trump first articulated in 2016 to make America great again. Thank you, and God bless you. Thank you.
Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Young man. Young man. Young man. I was wondering what was going on back there. Fun to stay at the YMCA. Do they know what this song is about? They don't, do they?
Everybody at the RNC, top to bottom. Somebody put your hands in the air.
Did he say time to bottom?
Hey. I love number 3 winning and good bass fishing and good.
I don't know what to do with this dude. He's an all-American guy. I don't know what this is. But he's an all-American guy. It's the beauty of a small town life. Football on a Friday night. And the Leonard Skinner band. Yeah, I'm a pretty simple man. I ain't hard to understand. I'm a all-American guy. I think I'm doing a pretty good job, actually. Might even be doing better than him. I could have totally made this music. I like my chili in a bowl, Bob Seger rock and roll. Oh, my dude, that one dude was so getting into it. I'm an all-American guy. Oh, we're doing a breakdown.
RNC, I said, let me hear you scream, baby.
He loves my Bass Pro cap and my country and my flag. Military time and the thin blue line. I'm an all-American guy. I like my chili in a bowl. Bob Seger rock and roll. And a woman that I call my wife. And I beat her when I go home. And all-American guy.
I can't hear you, Milwaukee.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Stay on your feet. Let's get some fun action.
That was our copyright-friendly version of All-American Guy by whoever this fucking redneck is.
For America, baby.
Part of more America.
Hand in the air all the way to the top, side to side. I got a question for you all the way back from 2016. Can somebody please buy me
Chris Hansen. Oh, God, we got another one. I think he said somebody buy me a gun. Well, I ain't rich, but I damn sure want to be. Working like a dog all day ain't working for me. I was sitting on a pile like Warren Buffett. Money can't buy happiness. But it can buy me a boat. It can buy me a truck. It can buy me a Yeti 110. eyes down with silver bullets. Money can't buy everything, and that might be so, but it can buy me a boat. I could change all that if I had a couple $1 million. They say that money is the root of all evil, and you can't fit a camel through the eye of a needle. But it can buy me a boat. It can buy me a truck. It can buy me a Yeti 110, eyes down with some silver bullets. I know what they say, that money can't buy anything, but it can buy me a boat. I'm on the water with a beer. I'm sitting on 100 million with a rod and a reel. It can buy me a boat. I know what they say, money can't buy anything, but it can buy me a boat.
Day of the RNC in Milwaukee, and everybody is screaming really loud up in here. I can see your hands, everybody on your feet, let's go.
He likes his chili in a bowl.
We say, hey, hey, hey.
Do callbacks now.
And say, woo, woo, woo. Get your hands going, let's go.
To be perfectly clear, that wasn't exactly what he was singing. But goddamn did I get close to exactly what he was singing. Most of it was spot on. I thought the part with the the part of the camel through an eye of a needle, whatever that was, that rhyme was good. They were in Milwaukee. Is this guy famous? I mean, I assume he's of some notoriety, right? This is Chris Jensen. Maynard.
We can get rowdier than that. Come on, it's 2024. We're here to party.
They aren't done. They're gonna play another song. I ain't a musician that's wrapping up. Do I have to sing it again?
While everybody's on their feet, by a show of hands, who feels blessed to be an American every single day of the week? I said by a show of hands and everybody out of their seat, who feels blessed to be an American in the land of the free, the home of the brave, every single day of the week? Then keep your hands up on the count of three, scream 1, 2, 3, go!
Oh God, this doesn't make me want to be an American. I got a fine-looking woman and a house full of kids. Bunch of fishing poles and some fine-looking beers. And even when it rains, I will tell you this, I'm alive. I wake up in the morning and get to being me. I'm a mess and I count my blessings every day of the week. My blessings every day of the week. Every day. Every day. Wake up in the morning looking like P. Diddy. What's up, girl? I fucking love Kesha. She got a song where she mentions P. Diddy. And it's probably written by Dr. Luke. That's just fuck.
Every day. Every day. Well, I count my blessings every day of the week.
Every day. Every day.
That's pretty good.
Count my blessings every day of the week.
Every day.
Every day.
Every day.
Every day.
Will I count
my blessings every day of the week.
every day.
Every day.
Every day.
Every day.
You know I count my blessings every day of the week. God bless you guys and thank you.
Oh, that's for the grandmas in the crowd. Mom, Peepaw, they totally get down to that.
Please welcome
Shoo.
Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Oh my God! The second dumbest person to take this stage. Look at this fucking stage right now.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Today is
Dollar bill, y'all.
the American spirit is alive and well. And we have once again nominated for president the
Oh, you missed the sing-along. That was fun.
America First movement, Donald John Trump.
Wait, I thought his name was James.
Unfortunately, this is also a somber moment for our nation. 2 days ago, evil came for the man we admire and love so much. I thank God that his
Apparently it's John.
President Trump. And I pray for the family of Corey Comprator, who was killed at the rally, and for other attendees who were wounded. Corey embodied the spirit of America First. He displayed the ultimate show of love when he shielded his wife and daughter, sacrificing his own life. He reminded America of what we must be, a people who will do whatever it takes to defend the people and the nation that we love.
He needs a titty
I
slap.
love you too. We will honor Corey's memory by building the country he wanted. The country he wanted for his children,
He was very anti-immigrant.
worthy of the American people. For far too long, the establishment in Washington has sold us out.
Every day.
They promised unity and deliverance.
Count my
They
blessings.
promised peace and brought war. They promised normalcy and gave us Transgender Visibility Day on Easter Sunday.
Ma'am, Easter changes. Trans Visibility Day doesn't.
Clearly. There are only two genders.
Every single one of them.
We are made in God's image.
They're going to mention trans people.
Amen. And we won't shy away from speaking that simple truth ever. The Democrats ripped open our borders and allowed millions of illegal aliens to pour in, driving up the cost of housing and health care while slashing
That's not what did it.
and eliminating jobs. They claim that our economy is thriving, yet hundreds of thousands of American-born workers lost their jobs these past few years. The Democrats' economy is of, by, and for illegal aliens.
We want to promote unity. Send Marjorie Taylor Greene out.
Also unleashed the worst drug crisis in American history. Yet while hundreds of thousands of Americans are suffering, the Democrats spent over $175 billion, your tax dollars, to secure Ukraine's borders. But they tell us the border wall is too expensive. But an American government that serves the interests not of the wealthy, the globalist, or the powerful few, but of
She means the Jews.
is within our grasp. Donald Trump has, and he will,
The Jews.
make America successful.
But not supposed to say their name.
He will make us wealthy again. And as God as my witness, he will finally give us the country we deserve.
She means the Jews.
John Trump is the leader America deserves. God bless the American people. God bless President Trump, and God bless the United States of America.
That's what I thought that was. We're gonna have to sing this one. Maximus, good evening. I don't want to sing. And drift away. No, we didn't.
GOP caucus on the Hill just a few months ago when she called for the speaker to be vacated. It is interesting that she was chosen to be one of the first speakers. Now, maybe that's because by Friday, no one will really remember who spoke right now.
Right, so where's the power position, James, of speaking?
Well, it
Because
sets the tone. This is setting the
sets
tone.
the tone, but it's also not like introducing Donald Trump
Right.
and J.D. Vance.
Exactly.
So tone setting, but not.
Yeah, more people will be watching on Wednesday, Thursday night.
You know, I think that is dialed down for Marjorie Taylor Greene. I mean, obviously, like having listened to some of her really unhinged stuff before, I mean, it's rich for her to talk about how the establishment has given us divisiveness. When obviously, you know, she,
I know. I kind of want to watch Newt Gingrich.
Thorn in the side for Mike Johnson and so many other Republicans.
If you'll send whatever you can afford to aid it,
God, he looks horrible.
I believe you will be key in helping defeat.
Can you just go ahead and die, sir?
By throwing red meat, and now she gets instructions like, okay, like let's tone it down. But ultimately, she's playing the favorites, the oldies that
you got timed out.
Trans stuff, the attacks on undocumented immigrants, but it is
politically probably salty from yesterday.
Now, including Ron Johnson and Marjorie Taylor Greene attacking the establishment. And I mean, this is the establishment, literally.
Right,
like this is but they are the new establishment. It's their party now. McConnell is on his way out. He's not going to be leader after November, and he's not going to be in the Senate after 2 more years. It is Marjorie Taylor Greene and Ron Johnson's party now. And by the way, Marjorie Taylor Greene is also an outspoken election denier too. When you talk about divisiveness, but it's just
give me the Beach Boys and free my soul.
At the top of that speech, it was like, I'm going to set a tone of unity, and then went into what she had written before she flew up from Georgia.
Yeah, and it also shows you the Marjorie Taylor Greene perspective is still very much a part of the Republican Party.
Absolutely. That's
Now, this weekend,
it is the, yes.
And she has fans.
Yeah.
I remember when I was here covering the primary debates with
Marsha Blackburn.
I interviewed her outside
Tennessee.
of my and I remember a woman ran out of a restaurant and hugged her and said, "I just love you."
This dude's really into the...
She has a lot of fans.
I don't even remember who sings that song.
This party, and that this sense of, the further right is going nowhere.
Let's bring J.M. Rieger into this.
The crowd pleaser, though.
Marjorie Taylor Greene said, not all of it factual, J.M.
Yeah, Libby, that's right. I mean, one of the...
Uncle Crackers who sings that song.
Biden in the context of, quote, transgender day of visibility. And recognizing it on.
Yep, that is correct.
That day has existed since 2010, and it always falls on March 31st.
This is the correct answer.
March 31st happened to be Easter Sunday. I thought it was also notable, I'll just mention briefly, Libby, what James was just talking about in terms of kind of the topics that she touched on. It was a lot of kind of red meat, if you will, to the Republican base, which in a lot of ways is what conventions are about. It's about kind of coalescing around the nominee, building that momentum, and then carrying that post-convention. So the fact that she was talking Ukraine seems like something that we're going to hear a lot more throughout the next 4 years.
This is the dude from North Carolina, isn't it?
Thank you so much. Let's go back to the floor now to hear what is...
Thank you. Thank you. First and foremost.
He's like running for governor in North Carolina.
Jesus Christ for giving us my life and health and strength. Allowing me to be.
He's the Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson.
Prosperous land. I am
Mark Robinson. The killing liberals guy.
Lieutenant Governor of North Carolina. And come November, I plan on being the first black governor of North Carolina. But I am not one of the political elite. I grew up poor as the 9th of 10 kids in Greensboro with an alcoholic father who beat my mother. I love to tell you that I graduated from high school, found success, never worried about money again, but I can't. I lost 2 jobs, 2 manufacturing jobs because of NAFTA, which, by the way, Joe Biden voted for. Politicians in D.C. made bad decisions. People like me suffered. I lost my car and my house. I was desperate.
You should hook up with the dude from the band. He probably lost his wife and his
A couple of months ago in my
truck.
travels, I stopped at a gas station. As I was leaving, a man walked out with a beard, and he looked very stressed. He got in his car, and I could see him holding an envelope. My heart dropped, because years ago, I held one just like it. It was bankruptcy papers. I could see the fear on his face. And it took me back to lying awake at night with that gnawing worrying, debating which bills weren't going to get paid. Unfortunately, many families today are having that same experience. Under Joe Biden, grocery prices have skyrocketed, and gas has nearly doubled. In North Carolina, factories just like the one I worked at are closing, leaving families feeling hopeless. But in
terms of manufacturing, we're doing better than we did.
I never gave up.
Trump in terms of manufacturing.
We worked hard and made it through those tough times. Now I stand before you on the verge of becoming the first black governor of North Carolina.
Good times, Daddy.
As governor, I will not forget where I came from or the struggles of the people I meet. And you know, there's someone else who will fight just as hard for you. President Donald J. Trump.
He'll fight hard for himself.
The brave heart of our time, President Trump had our economy roaring. Gas was up below $2. Unemployment was at a historic low. People could afford homes, and we had a president who protected manufacturing jobs.
Nobody could afford a home. Nobody been able to afford a home for 20 years.
Alive and well.
Maybe longer.
Under President Trump, there was hope, and we need that now more than ever. So this November, let's select the braveheart of our time, Donald J. Trump, to get our economy back on track, restore the American dream, and make America great again. God bless you all, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
We've cut away again.
North Carolina speaking there. Controversial figure. Let's talk about his track record, James.
Yeah, I mean, this is someone who is,
Are they playing?
among many, many, many other things, said that women shouldn't have the right to vote.
Playing whoa, whoa, listen to the music.
He was interesting because he's trying to turn a lot of his liabilities into assets. So, like, talking about filing bankruptcy multiple times and being unemployed. He's been accused of taking benefits he wasn't entitled to. He is an incredibly flawed person, but he is a reflection of this new Republican Party. This is someone who just a decade ago never ever would have become the lieutenant governor, let alone the party's nominee for governor. But in the Trump era, with Trump's support, he rose like a rocket. And it's this new guard. I thought it was incredibly fascinating, just substantively, that he said he lost 2 manufacturing jobs because of NAFTA, which he said, by the way, Joe Biden voted for. This is not your father's Republican Party. I mean, this is to have the first mention on the big econ night. You think about people like Paul Ryan, who were such.
Did any of you have a Wii?
You have a party that's out here decrying trade agreements and trying to pin them on the Democrats. That is a massive realignment.
Tolkien.
Earlier, the Lieutenant Governor, Mark Robinson, was with the North Carolina delegation. He was pledging the delegate.
How do you hook one of those motherfuckers up? Do you hook a Wii up with an HDMI cord?
For himself, as well as elevate himself in office in North
Or does it have like its own cord?
to have Republicans like that have a voice here, right? I mean, we're not just talking about in the party leadership or in
How did it hook up then?
trying to have leadership at the state level in the governor's houses.
Yeah. First off, I do want to back up James with what he was saying because I was refreshing my memory of
Did it have its own little
that he has
Nintendo cord, and then at the end it had
happened 15 years ago. He would not have been able to race the primary as he did.
And certainly they wouldn't have given him a spot
RCA cables.
Stage of the National Party Convention.
A lot of inflammatory comments when it comes to women. You mentioned the voting thing. But I think what it also may be doing,
this 1994.
On purpose, but of course we know part of the Trump campaign.
I like being an adult.
Reach out to black men specifically, and
I was like 10 in 1994.
Siphon off some black support from Democrats to the Republican Party. We've seen polling showing that black and Hispanic men, particularly, are taking a second look at the Republican Party. So featuring someone who's able to say in his speech that I will become the first black governor of North Carolina, may resonate with some of those voters, black male voters. I'm not sure, but I just know that is a core part of the Trump strategy this time around.
What kind of cover band or something?
Because it's a state Barack Obama carried in 2008, but Republicans have won every time since, and they have a Democratic governor, Roy Cooper, who can't run for
They're
another
still
term.
on commercial? What?
Cooper
I am
won
so honored to be speaking at this convention for a third time. We are going to send my father back to the White House. We are going to win on November.
There we go. Cut Eric off. Nobody gives a shit about Eric. Oh, this is that guy I thought was Bobby Lashley.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Texas. Love you. Love you, Texas. A president's greatest responsibility is to protect the American people. And both Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have failed. I'm a military guy. I flew Apaches in Iraq. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I understand that when you're given a
You
mission,
just couldn't quit us, could
you
you?
identify the problem and you execute. Biden and Harris haven't shown up. They don't seem to understand that they are the problem, and they've shown no empathy or remorse as the American people suffer from their failed leadership. They have imposed what Ronald Reagan called the cruelest tax on the poor, inflation.
Oh, he talks like a pastor.
5% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck because the dollar is worth less and less every day. Grocery prices have soared. Average Americans are spending $4,300 more on energy bills. But on November the 5th, we, the people, can fix this Democrat disaster. We can fix this disaster when we re-elect Donald John Trump.
Do you think he was lying with his screen name?
Where he belongs, the White House. Under President Trump, American families had more money in their pockets and bank accounts. American families could invest, save, and buy a home.
Now, kids, be good clinically.
We have the greatest economy.
You got it out of your system.
And in less than 4 years under Joe Biden, everything changed. Ladies and gentlemen, that is why we must win in November to take our country back.
Back from what? From where? From who?
We owe it to future generations to embrace this pivotal moment.
Precious clinically.
Victoria and Olivia. I owe it to my 1-year-old little boy, Willie, and I owe it to all American children.
Absolutely. You are the head mod, Warlord. How could you let this happen? It is all on your shoulders.
I'm the great-great-grandson of a slave.
Your luscious ginger shoulders.
I'm the product of West Point along with my other 2 siblings. And I risk my...
Why would anyone time out Sparkles? Nobody time out anybody. Everybody's good. Everybody's cool.
There's another man.
We all Fonzie up in here.
To save our nation. His name is President Donald Trump. And with your help in November, and with his unbending resolve, together we will make America great again. God bless you, Milwaukee. May God continue to bless these United
We're watching
States
fascists
of America.
right now.
Thank you.
Please welcome U.S. Army veteran, Representative John James from Michigan's 10th Congressional District.
Good evening, Wisconsin.
Who's this jabroni?
Warmest regards from Detroit, home of the NFC North champion, Detroit Lions. Well, in seriousness, didn't Wesley do a great job? One of my West Point classmates, class of 2004, and there's another Midwestern boy who did a great job. Our vice presidential nominee, J.D. Vance. Another Midwestern boy. You know, he's going to need some help when he comes up to Michigan. I'll do everything I can, but he might be the first Buckeye to win in Michigan since last time Trump was in office. But those are 2 great American dream stories from the Hunt family and from the Vance family, but I have another American dream story to tell you about. It's about a little boy from Starkville, Mississippi, who lived directly across the street from Mississippi State University, but he couldn't go there because he was black.
It's Charlie from Starkville.
Growing up in the Jim Crow South, he refused to let vulnerability become victimhood. He paid his way through college, served honorably in Vietnam, and started a trucking company with one truck, one trailer, and no excuses, hauling beer back and forth between Detroit and Milwaukee.
I believe the nays have it.
Because it's my dad's story. It's part of my story. He and my mother raised me.
Everybody fine. Everybody good. We all chill. We all Fonzie in here. What's a Fonzie? Cool.
Even though we have market blemishes.
Henry Winkler, not cool. Fonzie, cool.
Even though they endured racism, it did not define the nation they loved. They taught me I could do anything I set my mind to. They taught me to put the Lord first always. They taught me to use my blessings to be a blessing to others. And that's what we're doing here today. That's why I went to West Point. I became a Ranger qualified Apache pilot and flew 750 hours operations in Operation Iraqi Freedom.
You want a cookie?
You know, that's something else me and President Trump have in common.
Ain't high enough for this shit.
The bad guys shot at us both, but they missed.
Oh, you might have got a commercial break. I probably missed it.
America.
I'm sorry.
Until the good Lord takes us home. By the grace of God, I was able to come home after my deployment.
Was it removed by
mistake? Run the company business. Now I have the honor of representing Michigan's 10th Congressional.
I modded a lot of people.
Manufacturing district in the best state in the entire union.
We had too many mods up in here.
My story is the American dream story. But my biggest concern right now, my biggest fear is will children today be able to look back and share that same story? Look, I
don't know you people.
Have not given up on the American dream. Joe Biden and the Democrats have given up on the American dream. Joe Biden and the
Warlord, you're still a mod, aren't you? I didn't unmod you.
You do. They want to take your dollars, they want to take your voice, they want to take your control and give it back to DC bureaucrats to execute their woke and Green New Deal agenda. Well, that plan doesn't work because hope is not a plan. Black people are sold on hope. Now our streets are rife with crime. Our kids can't read and illegals are getting...
Crime is the lowest it's ever been, ever.
In 400 years. Look, our daughters were sold on hope, and now they're being forced on the playing fields and changing rooms of biological males. America was sold on hope, and now the world's on fire.
All of them.
Doors are wide open, and Americans are going into debt to pay for their groceries. But look. We don't even have to imagine a brighter day. We just have to remember, under President Donald J. Trump, we had a secure border. Under President Donald J. Trump, we had peace in Europe. And under President Donald J. Trump, we had an economy so good. We had an economy so good, Democrats were trying to give Obama the credit for it.
It was, Obama did have credit for it.
Yeah, I heard a little bit earlier today, if you don't vote for Donald Trump, you ain't black.
Who said that? Donald Trump?
But see, here's the thing. By the grace of God and the proven leadership of Donald Trump, for every American, regardless of race, color, and creed, we can once again have a land where a child's outcome isn't determined by their zip code. We can once again have a land where hard work truly does get you ahead. We can once again have a land where you can go from poverty to prosperity in a single generation. I believe that land is still America. America's the greatest idea that's ever been.
Have you met clinically?
America.
Just throwing it out there.
In my heart, America's the greatest idea.
We love you for it, but you know.
Worth sacrificing for, and it's worth getting out to vote for, because I truly
anonymously,
heart of hearts, that with Donald J. Trump back in the White House, the best is yet to come. God bless you. Thank you.
Let me see if they cut back to a band here. I might have to do some maneuvering. The American Civil War has started in the Troll Patrol chat. We kicked it off.
Just how much more they're spending on gas under Biden and Harris.
I need some tea.
Trump. We placed these signs at gas pumps. When President Trump left office, gas cost only $2.20. Under Biden and Harris, gas skyrocketed to the highest price in history, over $5 a gallon.
$5 a gallon is the highest historically it's ever been. It hurts my heart, it hurts my budget, it just hurts.
I've never seen it this high before, with the gas prices being...
And then Biden
they're terrible.
Released the strategic reserve, brought prices down.
Just because of gas prices. We had to choose between, am I going to fill up my car all the way or am I going to buy a prescription?
Whenever Trump was in office, it took me about $45 to fill up, and now it's about $75 to $80. A lot of pain every time you go to the gas pump, and I know I'm not the only one that feels it.
Within my first year of driving, I'm having to deal with an average of 503 across the nation.
While you're also actively fighting alternative energy sources, might I add.
Saving, because it's hard to save when everything you're making is going out for groceries and gasoline.
With the gas costing more, of course, the food costs more, and also cuts into doing charitable activities, like try to deliver food to needy children.
Oh, we can't deliver food to needy children because Biden made the gas more expensive.
With families do it on a normal average income, I don't see how they can pay it and have any money left over even to pay for gas.
I don't think Bidenomics works for anybody. My family can't afford any more of him.
It's impossible to pay $5.03. We need to care about our people better than that.
They're going to be 41 million.
Brother, 4 years ago, I was paying far more for the food and gas than I was paying like 5 years before that.
For Trump.
Like, shit's been going up for 20, 25 fucking years.
We don't need any more of this. We need more of this.
I can show you the acceleration.
Much more they're spending on.
Like the thing I don't get about right wingers is they're acting like it just happened under Biden.
49% increase under Joe Biden. I mean, a tremendous increase. It just goes on and on.
There are effects that presidents have on the economy.
President.
But usually they take a couple years to take effect.
Unaffordable.
And they're, negligible. They're
something else that's gone up higher.
20%, 30%.
Shop, 5-6 years ago, this is not the same grocery store that I remember.
I do without a lot of things that I shouldn't because we can't afford it.
Everything in the store is double the price. I mean, we're talking $600.
Yeah, when you see companies are making record profits,
especially
laying off workers, jacking up prices,
in food banks.
That's why everything is more expensive.
Living on Social Security or just disability, it's very difficult to be able to maintain the expenses.
What question did you get asked? It was clinically, so I'm assuming it was a salient question.
Paying so much for gas and groceries.
Or it might have been something really sarcastic, like, what the fuck is up your ass that's
Joe Biden's policy
making you such a dumb fuck?
They're killing us.
But since Biden's come in, I gotta say it's gotten worse, and they don't even care. I served this country, and I've seen the biggest change in my entire life in these last 3.5 years.
Really?
If you want to save this country, you need to vote for President Trump.
The biggest change in your entire life was in the last 3.5 years?
Please welcome American mother, Sarah Workman.
What would understanding of economics have to do with
from the great state of Arizona
being a mod? And I think he probably understands it better than you do. What up, Sarah Workman?
I'm honored to be here tonight on behalf of everyday Americans. I'm a single mother who works 2 jobs to support my family. I know Americans can relate when I say that every time I fill up my gas tank, go to the grocery store, and try to pay the bills, I think, who doesn't miss the Trump days? But it's not just the economic pain we're all feeling under Joe Biden. It's how they're destroying the American spirit. Everywhere we look, there's pain, chaos, and crisis. Inflation, open borders, woke indoctrination in our schools, violence in our cities,
Hey, Sparkles.
and unjust rulings in our courts.
Have you thought about asking MBS
Greatest
what he thinks about Jewish
our
people?
optimism. While the left is trying to divide us with identity,
Just saying.
we are here tonight because we believe that America is always, should be, one nation under God. In addition to the economic pain, the Democrats' open border policies have shattered my family.
Should have made coffee.
With drugs so readily available, my husband fell victim to the drug epidemic. It tore our family apart, and now I raise my son alone. But I know there is hope.
Your Lord, your Christ. I didn't switch to the speakers, so I have no clue what she said. It was still in my headphones. Usually when I get up, I switch to the speakers so I can hear what's going on. Something made him cry.
That is what this election represents for all of us who have been forgotten over the last 4 years. Hope. We need God
He OD'd on fentanyl.
and Donald Trump back in the White House. If you're watching tonight and you hear your own story and mine, Donald Trump put me on this stage to show that he hears us, he sees us, and we are forgotten no more.
Okay, you got an MBA, so you understand time frames, right?
And God's
Purchasing power has diminished over the last 30 years. It's called capitalism.
would humble themselves and pray, I will heal your nation. Amen. With faith, hope, and love in my heart, I know we will make America great again.
Please welcome United States Senator Katie Britt of Alabama.
Oh, God. Oh, this is going to be amazing. We're going to get another SNL moment.
Milwaukee, I'm Katie Britt.
Scarlett Johansson played you on SNL.
Tonight for one reason. We need to change the direction of our nation.
God damn, she just always talks like this.
And Donald Trump is the change we need. To my fellow moms and dads across America, I think we all know that raising a family is hard. Add in smartphones and social media, and we already had plenty to worry about. But then Joe Biden and Kamala Harris came around. Now
Can she talk normal?
lives are that much more difficult and way more expensive. Under Biden,
She's doing the thing again.
are high, and expectations, well, they're low.
Yeah, she gave the response to the State of the Union
21%.
in her kitchen.
Electricity is up 31%. Gas is up 48%. Mortgage rates have more than doubled, and rent is skyrocketing.
Yes.
To me, these aren't just numbers. This is pain for millions of Americans. It means that so many American families have to live with so much less. This is too high a price to pay for an American.
Oh, I'm certain
brought us.
he's going to show off that ear.
The American people won't have the wool pulled over our eyes. We see how Biden and Harris keep making things worse. And we know the current president is not capable of turning things around.
The rhetoric from the left. Motherfucker, we've been listening to these motherfuckers go on the attack all night.
our prosperity, our security, our safety.
Donald Trump mocked Nancy Pelosi's husband getting attacked. The
Just
rhetoric
like
from the left.
man in the Oval
And the
Office.
dude was a registered Republican. A gun nut that was very pro-conservative.
And it doesn't have to be this way. Under President Trump, we had the strongest economy in history. That's right.
We did not have the strongest economy in history.
Debt just to make ends meet. Energy dominant, stable prices, secure.
We produce more oil and natural gas now than any other time in history, than any other country in history.
Donald Trump will deliver. With President Trump, the tough choice was which job offer to accept. Now, it's which second job to take just to pay the bills.
You think people didn't have second jobs in 2017?
Costly and dangerous decline for 4 more years. 4 more years of Biden-Harris will impose a lifetime of financial damage on our children and our nation. It is time to return President Trump to the White House. Yes.
I disagree. I think the working class people failed themselves because they checked out. They checked out during the 90s.
First.
My parents are the prime example. I kept telling them that they need to get involved in politics, but they didn't care.
Ever known.
They let the unions die out. It's our fault for not being involved.
Dust off our dreams and forge our future, because families across our nation deserve better. Once again, America will be the land of limitless opportunity for all. And paving that path starts today. So let's roll up our sleeves, send President Trump back to the White House, and get America back on track. God bless.
She was a cheerleader, wasn't she?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome United States Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina.
Wow. 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 Thank you so much. Thank you.
They put all the minorities and women on the first night, didn't they?
Are you ready for 4 more years of Donald Trump?
There are no other black Republicans. They all spoke tonight.
If you didn't believe in miracles before Saturday, you better be believing right now. Thank God Almighty that we live in a country that still believes in the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, the Alpha and the Omega. And our God still saves, he still delivers, and he still sets free. Because on Saturday, the devil came to Pennsylvania holding a rifle, but an American lion got back up on his feet and he roared.
Holy shit.
He roared.
Excessive observer. Thank you for the resub. Rush, good evening.
Yeah. Yes, he did.
Glitch. Praise Jeebus. He saved Trump's life.
You see, America,
this
is a difficult time for our nation. Inflation is crushing families.
Illegal immigration is crushing American workers. Failing schools and victimhood culture are crushing our poorest kids. And the weakness of the commander-in-chief has invited world wars all around our world.
Come on, man.
Joe Biden is asleep at the wheel, and we're headed over a cliff. We hear despair in the voices of a millennial couple raising 2 kids in a 1-bedroom apartment because they can't afford a house. We see pain on the faces of Gold Star parents because their commander-in-chief, Joe Biden, literally forgets their son died in uniform on his watch. America, we deserve.
Bo died of brain cancer.
We deserve so much better.
What was he trying to say?
I was raised.
That's kind of disgusting.
Mom in poverty. We had plastic spoons, not silver spoons. But she taught me to work hard, to take responsibility, and reject victimhood. Thank God for my wonderful mama. I know it's going to offend the liberal elites. Every time I say it, it offends them. But let me say it one more time. America is not a racist country.
How do you get up there and say that in front of a bunch of white people so that they can cheer?
No, we're not.
Dance, monkey.
But if you were looking for racism...
Ooh, that was kind of racist to me, wasn't it?
You find it in cities run by Democrats. Look on the south side of Chicago.
But that's the way they're treating him.
4 black kids trapped in failing schools. Thousands shot every single year, including one of my former interns, Daquan.
Time me out.
Good news. It's conservative values that restores hope. It's Republican policies that lifts people.
Well, I was saying it from the perspective of the audience.
The greatest president of my generation, President Donald J. Trump. On the biggest tax cuts ever for working people and single moms, and opportunity zones for neighborhoods that need them most. But Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, they give illegal immigrants free hotel rooms while our veterans sleep on the streets. Disgusting. Disgusting.
Ponder monkey.
Trump secured our border once, and Donald Trump will secure it again. This November, we are not deciding simply
it is disgusting
for the next 4 years. We're setting a course for the next 40 years. I see.
She looked like she had a bad taste in her mouth.
Filled with huge American factories, powered by abundant American energy, building what America needs, creating generational wealth for blue-collar workers. You see, we are the Republican Party of Frederick Douglass and of Abraham Lincoln, of Ronald Reagan and Donald Trump.
That's not a brag.
But we, 4 more years.
I believe in miracles.
Awesome. We are not simply
Magnets, how do they work?
Leaders. We are also the party of a young woman in Wisconsin taking over her family farm, an Hispanic father working 16-hour days in Nevada, and a black teen
Kind of is clinically.
in Philly starving
Now.
for opportunity. We're not just the grand old party of the past. We are the great opportunity party of America's future. And there's only, hear me clearly, and there's only one person who can make that vision a reality. Donald J. Trump. God bless America.
I just have this singing feeling in the pit of my stomach. Unite. Okay, I'll sing this one. This is Collective Soul they're playing over here. Yes, Drake. Now we'll go back over here to
the 2024 presidential race. Talk to us about the momentum and the feeling you're getting. Are you sensing a change in what's happening in Arizona? You know, so much of the race that we've been reporting on nationally.
Well, that's how we'll do this.
Not moving a lot. Where are you seeing movement, and if there is any?
Well, I will say,
I'll give you the band shot over here.
important as we all think it is, you would not know
Chili.
it. Placement on the floor at the delegation today. They were
Tell us more.
shoved aside in the back, the only swing state to get such treatment.
Whoa!
Some of the drama that
Heaven let your light shine down.
Republican delegation has experienced over the last several
Dolly Parton.
month or so, weeks.
That is not Collective Soul.
Point by the Trump campaign.
M. Lord, good evening.
They were embarking on an effort to change some rules, according to
This is a cover band.
reporting that Isaac Arnstorff and I have done, and the Republican campaign took it seriously enough, saw it as like an existential threat to Trump's nomination, and they were going to try to take some of them out. There's been other drama over the past week or so that essentially prompted them to get not quite prime
Yeah, Collective Soul is way better than that.
California and very deep red Arkansas, I believe. And they've got babysitters, so to speak. Like, they're afraid that there was going to be some chaos or some sort of shenanigans in Arizona, because Arizona...
It's an excellent song. Dolly Parton. Look up Dolly Parton's cover of it. Fucking amazing.
Where we are at today, this moment in Arizona that is grappling with its political identity, that no matter what anybody says, despite the big blue gains from the governor's office,
I like Collective Soul. They're a good band.
28,
That's why I wanted to make it clear. That's not Collective Soul.
and then Mark Kelly in 20
This is probably some like corporate band
state. And this election cycle
you hire to play at your little function.
we are, what people care
And they play hits everybody likes.
the delegation is thrilled and joyous.
The
And
Dolly cover is absolutely phenomenal.
Republicans aren't only
I assure you.
in a place like Arizona, like they're ready to fight. And the tone at this delegation is much different than sort of what it has been. So it's very clear that they think that they are going to win. They love Vance.
Is it as good as Whitney's cover? I don't like Whitney that much.
There is some concern
And I don't like ballads.
among
So
traditional Republicans.
I don't know. I don't even know that I could tell you that I gave that song a critical listen ever in my life.
Who are big, especially in the outskirts of Phoenix. And
Where is there a dog?
So that's gonna be, you know, a big test.
I didn't get to see when Arizona was doing its delegate, count today on the floor. I'm not sure if any of you did it. You probably, I'm sure you did. But we have reporting that Carrie Lake has come here, that she's here in Milwaukee.
Wow, Venus.
How is that
I still love you, though.
vibe of the Arizona group?
She's very much part of the Arizona vibe. That race, that Senate race is going to be, I think, the marquee race that everyone is really looking at. I think a lot of people, even
Not a big Whitney fan, not a big fan of ballads in general.
this moment to take Arizona by several points. The question is now, is the margin big enough to help Carrie Lake, whose unfavorables are pretty high and it's pretty hard to turn around? Is that margin...
With as wide a variety as I have of musical taste, it's weird for somebody to say that.
There seems to be some new polling that we're trying to get our hands on.
Like, it just depends on the person. Wow.
In the margin bear. We'll see. She's going to see
That's what it is. You're stuck in your one genre.
introduction to America looks like. She's pretty divisive in Arizona.
Wow. Well,
That's what I had to make a playlist
Yvonne Winjet
for when Curious or Sparkles were around.
but her reporting has huge implications.
It has like songs they recognize.
And beyond. So thank you so much. Let's go back to Rich Matthews.
Songs that actually got played on the radio.
From us to tell us more about Wisconsin. Rich, why Wisconsin? Why did the Republican Party choose
This dude looks like Dana White.
convention here this year?
Well, Libby, I like to think that it's because I went to college here and I love Milwaukee, but that's
Dana White, who will be speaking.
The actual answer is that since 1900, all the way up to 2020, Democrats took the presidential election 48.4% of the time here in Wisconsin.
Trump does not speak tonight. Trump speaks on Thursday. Bagheera.
4% of the
So
time.
I apologize if you thought you were getting Trump tonight. He may make an appearance. That's possible.
In the last two elections, Donald Trump, with a huge upset, just shocked the polls here back in 2016 by defeating Hillary Clinton, and then he lost in 2020 by the narrowest of margins to Joe Biden. So it's obvious that the Republicans want to.
It's sad when 8 million fucking votes is the narrowest of margins.
Put it back in the win column. It's also not just about Wisconsin, though.
Oh, we're talking about Wisconsin specifically.
States have a lot of similarities. They actually not just physically close to each other, but a similar makeup. So if you win Wisconsin,
oh, it wasn't.
Maybe you can.
It was not a Dolly. Dolly Parton covered "Collective Soul."
So
it's, "Collective Soul" is the original.
Now I covered the Senate race here.
Unless you're talking about "I Will Always Love You," because that's a Dolly original, and Whitney was the cover.
Were the economy and safety. Rural Wisconsin is very safe. Urban Wisconsin struggles. Milwaukee is one of the more dangerous cities in the country and has been for many years. So think about the themes, Libby, of this.
Yeah, that's Whitney Houston is a cover.
Make America wealthy again. Tomorrow, make America safe again. So they're playing to the most.
Thank you, Venus. I think I would have made a good VH1 host.
Interesting to say that
I would have loved to have been a VJ back when that was a thing.
Miles away. However, it's not really in a state that anyone thinks is in play. In Illinois, it's President Biden leads that state.
It is nasty tones.
But, it is interesting that I think they, too, rather than just trying to win a new state, are trying to grab onto that Midwest, upper Midwest that you need.
Whitney, didn't she end up
one of the
creating like a whole battered women's shelter network?
Trump last time, and now, we're going to see.
Off of like the money?
Let's go back to the stage to hear from Virginia Governor Glenn Young.
Joe must go.
Yes, Joe must go.
No, I meant Dolly. After Whitney did the song, like Dolly got like a
the governor.
really sweet fucking chunk of that.
the governor of the home of Washington, Jefferson, Madison, and Monroe, the great Commonwealth of Virginia. Tonight, we stop for a moment. We ask for God's grace to be on innocent victims. We ask Him to be with their families. We thank Him for this moment of unity. And we thank Him
Use it to buy strip malls in low-rent communities.
Donald J. Trump.
I hate the MAGA thing at top. I'm going to try to get rid of it. Yeah, there we go.
And tonight, our nation can have the conversation
Much better.
that families have at their kitchen tables. Yes, those tough conversations. How do we make it all work? The conversation young families from Midlothian, Virginia till Milwaukee, Wisconsin, whose dreams of buying a home have been shattered by 7.5% mortgage rates. The veterans from Virginia to Phoenix, Arizona.
But had to.
Raises can't keep up with 30% increases
Kill someone in the crowd.
and 40% increases in gas. The retirees from Roanoke, Virginia to Reno, Nevada, whose fixed income has been crushed by the silent thief of inflation unleashed by Joe Biden and Kamala.
You have more to do with inflation than Joe Biden does, you hedge fund motherfucker.
Like that anymore. But 8 years ago, there was an outsider, a businessman, who stepped out of his career to rebuild a great nation with the strongest economy, the mightiest military, energy independence, unlimited opportunity, lifting up every American. That outsider businessman was Donald J. Trump, and he
I would have loved it if he'd been like, and that man was me.
I'm proud to be a homegrown Virginian from a family like a lot of families with ups.
There's not enough of them to have a societal breakdown.
My mom was a nurse, and she was my hero. She pulled our family together after my dad lost his job. At 15, washing dishes and flipping.
Don't be doom and gloom. The polls for the Democrats in like Senate races are like off the charts. They're up like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 points in some cases.
Amazing wife Suzanne to go on a walk with me. I told her I planned to quit my job and run for governor. She looked at me with tears in her eyes and a quivering lip and asked, "Governor of what?" We prayed together and we asked God for guidance and wisdom. And we said if elected, we would serve. After 12 years of only electing Democrats statewide, in November 2021, Virginians elected a Republican outside businessman as their 74th governor.
Georgie Holiday. I think he was 15.
This year, Virginia will elect another Republican outside businessman as President of the United States. President Trump proved that common sense conservative leadership works. It works for America. And we're proving it in Virginia, too. $5 billion of tax relief. Backing the blue.
Sounds horrible.
Slashing red tape. Declaring loudly that, yes, parents matter. And creating jobs. Lots of jobs. Virginia now has record job growth, and we were just named America's top state for business.
Oh, that sounds horrible then.
Friends, could this election be more simple? It's common sense versus chaos. It's strength.
We secretly hate. Oh, they secretly hate Donald Trump.
Friends, it's not just.
I was like, nobody in this chat secretly hates Donald
It's
Trump.
Republicans, independents, and lots of Democrats. It's Americans. Under President Trump, America had high growth and low inflation. Under Joe Biden, America has low growth and high inflation. 66% of Americans now live paycheck to paycheck. Moms and dads worrying, can they buy new shoes for their kids going back to school? Can they write the tuition check for college? Will they ever be able to retire? Under President Trump, 2.4 million Americans were lifted out of poverty.
What? Everyone's your kid, Sparkles.
Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans all saw record low employment. Under Donald J. Trump, we once again will have that rip-roaring economy that lifts up all Americans. That is our tomorrow. A tomorrow where work is celebrated, where taxes are cut, and inflation is slashed, where we cut red tape, where we unleash dominance, where businesses proudly say, made in America. Where entrepreneurs dream and small businesses thrive, where Americans from any background can pour their God-given talents into building their American dream. This is the moment. This is our moment to make America the land of opportunity again.
No guns.
A nation built on a basic.
They aren't going to give a single lady a tax credit. That's never going to happen.
Rights not by a king, but by an almighty creator. And that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Our foundational principles are non-negotiable.
He's very tan.
Inscribed on our national soul.
Like Hulk Hogan tan.
Fellow Americans, the spirit of hope is spreading. Everyone can feel it, and it will sweep across this nation when we elect Donald J. Trump, the 47th President of the United States. May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Please welcome the CEO of Goya Foods, America First Policy Institute board member, and chairman of the
Goya Foods
Coalition, Mr. Bob Unanue.
Wait a minute, isn't this dude like a crazy motherfucker? Wait, whoa, what happened?
Buenas noches, familia. Good evening, family.
Fair enough, him lord. Fair enough.
Wow.
You make an excellent point.
Gracias. 4 years
Buenas
ago,
noches.
we dared to say that we were blessed by Donald J. Trump.
Really? Blessed.
Got into trouble for that. But more than a builder, he's a courageous leader. And he will bring this nation closer to God. He will bring strength to America. And he will bring prosperity back to America. And that's what my grandfather did as a 17-year-old in 1903. He packed his clothes and his dreams in a suitcase, and he got aboard a steamship. Like millions
That's an ugly ass tie. I thought the same thing.
Nothing more than a chance to build a better life. His American dream began when he opened a small grocery store in Manhattan. With love and determination, he built
the suit sucks too, but the tie is
food company in the United States.
On another level of suck.
Thank you.
Does it have Pop-Tarts on it?
Goya Foods grew as the Latino community flourished. The Latino community is diverse, but we are united in our values that include an unwavering faith in God,
Socialist Dawn, good evening,
an abiding love of family, and a fierce work ethic. We want the freedom to worship, to love, and to work in a way that gives us purpose, gives us a reason to get up every day.
Bagheera, man, I love you.
Administration disrespects.
You're my buddy.
Values
Don't you ever forget
and
that.
has abused our community. They buried our businesses with inflation and government red tape. They even used the FBI to go after traditional Catholics as if we were terrorists. They put the welcome mat for drug cartels.
Well, we like drugs.
Open-door policies is all the more insidious because it's couched in soft terms like compassion and sanctuary. In reality, it is cruel. Joe Biden's open southern border facilitates the largest criminal enterprise in the world.
Yeah, I love drugs.
Proportionately victimizes Latinos, especially children.
Not his people, he's rich.
HHS whistleblower.
The head of Goya Foods, Mox, good evening.
Middleman in a large-scale child trafficking operation that has lost track of 85,000 children, a number too large for most football stadiums. Our border czar, Kamala Harris.
What?
That means so bad. And we have enough bad. We need some good. We need goodness. Was missing in action. Many Latinos came to America from countries where the few exploit and control the many. Today's Democratic Party sees this as their path to maintain power.
Mala,
instead of
which means bad.
Out of poverty, their policies are making our lives worse. For many Latinos, it's deja vu.
Quesadilla.
No, that's French.
Is that even French?
I don't know how to say that in Spanish. I'm sorry. The Cuban philosopher Jose Marti said, mankind is composed of two sorts of men, those who love and create and those who hate and destroy.
And you think Trump?
Joe Biden and his allies show contempt for anyone who disagrees with them.
Really?
Their hatred of Donald Trump knows no bounds. Their radical policies are wrecking our economy and destroying our lives. On the other hand, Donald Trump loves this country.
Yeah, where are these radical policies?
He loves us, and he knows how to build and create.
Oh, Torchy,
he understands that lasting.
Marjorie Taylor Greene was the second person they brought on.
Family, faith, work, and freedom. And not
He's crying.
Government handouts. He believes we are blessed by God, and with a firm belief that with God, all things are possible, he will make America great again. Love you guys. Love you guys.
Love you, brother. Not really. This is Loverboy? Everybody's working for the weekend.
It can be hers or his or no. It's like they're all speaking with one voice, Rhonda.
Yeah, and also to add to Ashley's point, I like what you said. They didn't need the events of the weekend to unify this party. They've been behind him. You know, when we looked at polling, they've been behind him against all of these court cases, all of the negative news that would have years ago taken a politician out, but they've been behind him. So you didn't really need this moment.
Yeah, now they're rooting Loverboy.
Unify the party. But what I do think is important is Trump has said he wants to have the unity message. In fact, he also said that he has changed his speech a little bit from what it was.
Oh, this isn't Loverboy, Torchy.
This
is like a cover band.
And maybe a different light, but that's going to really speak to those people in the middle, the people who have been very uncomfortable with who.
No, they've done all kinds of
I know. I've talked to voters on the trail.
shit that makes white people dance music.
You know, I'm going to vote for him, but I really wish he would be quiet. I don't like the tweets or now the truth posts. I don't like what he's saying.
And then we had Chris Jensen,
may, you know, be more
country artist.
he's dialing, or at least trying to attempt to dial down.
I will be curious to see that unity message, and I sort of feel like the unity message is in 2016. It's the equivalent of Trump will become.
This is probably like some band that does corporate gigs.
Will grow into it. I think it is both perfectly possible that he gives a, as you pointed
They
out.
play all these covers for old people.
35 minutes. He reads off a teleprompter. But I think the idea that he will maintain.
Bagheera, have you read a goddamn textbook? Do you not know what the Cuban Missile Crisis is? Never been closer to World War III. You, goddamn it.
Now until November, or even frankly from now until his convention speech.
But Ashley, what is unifying? Like, what do we mean?
Like, right wingers just say stupid fucking shit that they think sounds good. It's all like emotive arguments.
But I think the context he said it after the shooting.
Content, you're in a.
Coming together.
He's an Indian band.
But yes, you might be right. He could stick to his pledge and unify every single Republican and swing voter against the sitting president.
Who are the people that you'll be listening for to
I was enjoying Rip Off Loverboy.
just wandering around?
Again, it's just so totally.
Loverboy had several bangers.
Looking at tonight is if Trump appears, does he appear? Does he merely wave? Does he speak? Right? What is his first public appearance? Is this sort of martyr after this shooting at the rally? What tone does he set tonight? What tone do his kids set?
It is amazing how close we came to all-out nuclear war at that moment.
Junior yelling at an MSNBC reporter, calling it, you're the MSDNC. So I think the family, and also, of course, now.
Like watching it probably is kind of a NASCAR crowd.
And it's not just Trump. All those guys have this instinct to do what Don Jr. did in that clip.
Democrats have so many good candidates.
What they tried to project.
We needed Biden out of the way.
It's unifying against
Right.
MSNBC,
Exactly.
in which case they were quite successful.
All right, we're watching to see Governor Kristi Noem.
That's what I like about you.
Watch for that. The Dakotas could have had a big night tonight if Doug Burgum had been picked.
True.
But Ashley, why do you think J.D. Vance was ultimately the pick?
It's such a great question. I mean, with Trump, like with everything, it so comes down to chemistry and a gut choice. So I think that was a lot of it. J.D. Vance is very close to Donald Trump Jr.
I know, I got this wrong, didn't I?
A number of other aides who were with Trump from the beginning, sort of, not necessarily current aides on payroll, but people in Don Jr.'s orbit.
This is John Mellencamp.
So we had a lot of loyalists pushing for him. I think that was one thing. I think it's also fascinating because, as you pointed out earlier, J.D. Vance is sort of a mini Trump. He doesn't get Trump anything other than more Trump.
See, it makes old white people go nuts.
About Trump. But I will say,
Those old ladies are having so much fun.
Trump has his base, and he certainly has his base after the attempted assassination, right? So you could have seen a Rubio for, say, Hispanic voters, or a Rubio or a Burgum for the more traditional country club Republican that has kind of gone the way of the dodo in the MAGA years, but that is important for that very small.
RFK is a fucking idiot.
He didn't choose them. The one other interesting thing about Vance, though, is that Vance very much much helps him hold that sort of blue wall, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. And this is in
How does Vance help him do any of that?
honest, they believe that is Joe Biden's only path to the nomination. Is holding Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. That is the only way a lot of Democrats believe Joe Biden gets there. So does Vance help Trump with that? Maybe, yeah.
And then there's the question of running for election and getting elected, and that's a little bit different than serving, right? Serving in the White House. And so, Rhonda, what kind of calculation is Trump making about what a Vice President Vance would be for him?
I mean, it's a yes man.
We've had some dumb things said in the chat clinically.
In fact, Biden told reporters today that J.D. Vance is a quote clone. So it's someone.
Hey, who was that? Like, remember that kid? And I asked him if he masturbated. I shouldn't say kid. He was like 19.
On January 6th. So this is somebody who's going to be loyal. It's also important to remember that J.D. Vance is right.
Oh, just for today's chat. Okay, fair enough.
Trump Republican. So
Well, yeah, but I asked him if he masturbated. So, like, it sounds weird if I say it was a kid.
That is what Trump prefers.
It was a consenting adult.
You know, potentially also mold a little bit if J.D. Vance does want a career after this. I mean, I don't know. We know what happened to the last vice president, and his career has not really taken off.
Well, he's 39 years old.
For TOS purposes, yes. He was totally an adult.
Can't run again. And
Yeah, that's
so,
true.
you know, it's the vice
TM. That was his name.
administration you can't fire. So I do think loyalty, I think J.D. Vance has convinced Trump that he will be more loyal in Trump's view than Mike Pence was at the end, and do what needs
Yes, DM was a legal adult.
Done for Donald Trump.
Donald Trump. And so I think
He popped in not that long ago, clinically.
to the former president, but I also think he's thinking about
Did he find me on Kick? Was that it?
He's thinking,
Oh my God, I bet he found me on Kick. And then, like, we're not on Kick anymore because we went back on Twitch.
MAGA and Trumpism beyond his presidency.
I mean, even when J.D. Vance was being very critical of Trump, saying he was a
That's what I was. He was a virgin because he was saving himself.
people who have.
But I was like, have you at least had an orgasm?
Yeah, that
Are
is-
you playing with your willy? Come on.
It possibly will work. So it is interesting, though. I will point out we haven't talked about this yet, but in fact, he
Oh, they're probably making good money for this gig.
the Democrats, one of their core
And
messages,
they are a decent band, so they probably get booked a lot.
access reproductive.
Let me see if I can find out who this is.
When there are so many Republican women who have been concerned about, you know, Dobbs and the aftermath of that, not to have a woman, I'm wondering if what that might do.
I mean, I can remember very early in the process, you know, doing some reporting on, you know, the conventional wisdom was exactly what you said, that he needed a
Six Wire is the name of the band.
Tim Scott or a woman, or maybe Marco Rubio, but like he could not have another white guy, even though that is exactly what he's chosen. And early on, word came back from the Trump people that was like, yeah, we know the conventional wisdom, and like Trump could care less, does not like identity politics.
Well, speaking of women in politics, let's go to hear Governor Kristi Noem, who's taking the stage right now to address the delegates. Let's go hear what she has to say.
Good evening.
They got original music too.
I love the cowboy hats. And a shout out to South Dakota.
American country music band from Nashville.
Listen, I'm Governor Kristi Noem from the great state of South Dakota.
You're the dog killer.
Leadership has consequences. It matters who's in the White House. Now, I've been governor under both President Trump and Joe Biden. And people ask me all the time, what's the biggest difference? And I tell them that President Trump honored the Constitution. He let me do my job. And he let me keep my people free. Now, leadership on the state level, it matters too. It certainly mattered in South Dakota. I am so proud to say that South Dakota's strong economy has been a beacon of freedom for America.
Freedom!
Most of you probably first heard about me during COVID, didn't you? Because South Dakota was the only state in the country that stayed open for business.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Didn't you? Because South Dakota was the only state in the country that stayed open for business.
Why didn't somebody say something? We were on the wrong feed.
We didn't mandate anything.
No, that was me.
Or a church to close. I never even defined what an essential business was, because I don't believe that the government has the authority to tell you that your business isn't essential.
Both stores in South Dakota stayed open.
When other states were pushing mandates and lockdowns, instead in South Dakota, we hit the gas. We embraced liberty.
And you had like multiple, like...
invited people to come and to enjoy our beautiful state.
Remember that Sturgis was a mass spreader event?
Talked about, we just did it, and it worked.
Yeah, it was a Tractor Supply and a Walmart in South
Our
Dakota.
economy took off.
Those are the two stores.
Governor, we broke the national record for the lowest unemployment rate in American history at 1.8%. In South Dakota, everybody works. We paid off state debts and bonds. We fixed dams and bridges. We built roads. We have a fully funded pension plan and a AAA credit rating. We broke records for surpluses, and we balance our budget every single year. And last year...
Yeah, she only won election by like 5 votes, right?
The largest tax cut.
It was 75 to 70. She got to be governor.
Under my administration, incomes in our state have gone up 36%. Women-owned businesses are thriving. We also have the highest birth rate in the nation. People are having babies because they're happy.
What?
And in South Dakota, we love
Ain't nobody I know having babies, and ain't nobody I know happy.
Our mental health.
No, that's not true. Ain't nobody I know happy.
Suicide rates
I know
are
people having babies.
And we are the #1 state in the country for a decline in overdoses because people have hope.
Our state fucks.
So fast that we
That's how she should have put it.
catch up. So we launched the most successful workforce recruitment campaign in the
What have babies ever done for anyone?
And they
Put them in the hole.
thousands to join us and to live with us. Do you guys remember those ads when I was a really lousy plumber and a really terrible electrician? Do you remember those?
What?
Well, since we started those ads, we have seen a 78% increase in licensed plumbers in the state of South Dakota. We've seen a 44% increase in electricians in our state. Now, people aren't moving to South Dakota for our beaches or for our beautiful January weather. They are moving to our state for opportunity and for freedom.
I don't know. She's asking people if they saw a commercial that probably only aired in South Dakota.
We took action, and I was strong. Now, South Dakota proved that freedom will make America wealthy again.
My ass hurts.
And with President Trump in the White House, with Senator J.D. Vance by his side, we will prove it across America. Listen, 2 days ago, the whole world changed. Evil displayed itself in the very worst way.
It was like it was 9/11?
An innocent American lost his life, and we will continue to lift his family up in our prayers every single day. Prior to this week, we already knew that President Donald Trump was a fighter. He is the toughest man that I have ever met. Nobody has endured more than what he has gone through. They've attacked his reputation, they impeached him, they tried to bankrupt him, and they unjustly prosecuted him. But even in the most perilous moment this week, his instinct was to stand and to fight.
Katie Britt was more fun. Oh, McConnell might be the most effective politician ever. Republicans hate him.
Trump,
I don't know why.
Man in the arena. He will never stop fighting for us. He will never stop, and now he is bringing all of us together. Now, I know that many of you are angry, but now is the time to unite. And we have to get to work.
How are you guys saying unite and also fight, fight, fight?
Pick them up with truth and with wisdom. We need to listen to them. You can't win people over by arguing with them. Visit with your neighbors, at your job, at your church, at the gas station, or even at the grocery store. Listen, there are moments in our history, often after great hardship and tragedy, when true leaders unite our country. At one time, President Lincoln, he united our country. He delivered my favorite presidential address of all time. In fact, it's the only speech or poem or song that I ever made my kids memorize when they were young, when they were little. It was the Gettysburg.
Yeah, I want to get in and get out of the grocery store.
It was delivered during our
Don't
nation's
yak with me.
bloodiest conflict. That speech so inspired people that they continued to fight for years, and they lost loved ones in order to preserve this union we call the United States of America.
It was Braveheart. I've never seen Braveheart. Wasn't that about like Scotland?
At the time, President Lincoln encouraged us to take increased devotion, that this nation under God shall have a new birth of freedom, and that a government of the people, by the people, and for the people.
Oh, Bagheera was quoting Braveheart. Oh, okay. I thought Gnome was.
Like Lincoln, in the midst of our pain and division, Donald Trump is calling us to be touched by the better angels of our nature.
What?
As Paul wrote in 2 Timothy, God has not given us a spirit of fear.
That's how I know there's no God. He was struck you down right there.
Mine. We must not be afraid. Even in our darkest days, we have never once given up hope. So don't quit on America. If we lose this country, where else will we go that provides more freedom and opportunity for our kids and our grandkids?
The like 20 countries that rank above us on the Freedom Index.
And yes, democracy can be messy, but there is a great invisible strength to a people's union.
I'll yell rape if some angel touches me.
And that we can still unite. We should still aspire to be worthy of this union, America. President Donald J. Trump is the leader we need for such a time as this.
Grab the country by the pussy.
So now, I need you to get to work. Get out there, go do it. Don't quit. Keep fighting, keep uniting, keep talking to people, win the hearts and minds, and may God bless you, and may God continue to bless the great United States of America. Thank you.
She didn't have a lot of gusto there, did she?
President was quite a scene.
These are hardworking New Yorkers, okay, union members who have been working on this big construction.
She turns off normies because of that dog murder thing.
I think these maybe were Democrats, but for me, they're a Republican. We built a lot of great buildings in this city with these people. And they've given me great support. They're very, very talented people. They don't get the credit for it. They are.
I'd say about half my chat probably doesn't love the country, Tex.
President are paying the price of failed economic policies currently in the country.
And you heard in New York City.
Politically specifically would probably tell you, fuck your country.
A lot of people are talking about how unusual it is to see so many Trump supporters in Manhattan at 4, 5, 6 in the morning.
I'm not joking, Tex.
President Trump is leading Joe Biden 3-1 on my presidential poll.
And that's okay. You're the one you're wanting to unite. No, patriot has a connotation to it, man.
Trump's turn again.
What's your message to Joe Biden?
You. We're a very patriotic group, and we love our.
Yeah, I'm not anything like that motherfucker.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bobby Bartles Jr., business manager of Steamfitters.
See how we should stand tall to defeat the evil Democrats. That, like, are you listening? You guys are stupid.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Bobby Bartels.
What up, Bobby?
Proud member of Steamfitters Local Union 638. And like many of my fellow union members,
Lex Luthor over here.
My whole life. And like so many of my fellow union members,
they dug up Kojak.
Empty promises from Democratic politicians. In 1986, after a decade of Democratic politicians' mismanagement, Central Park's iconic Woolman Ice Rink had fallen into an unusable state of disrepair.
He's no Kojak.
After promise to fix the rink. And yet they did nothing. That's when Donald Trump stepped up. He wasn't mayor. He wasn't running for...
Hey, clown, hit the bricks.
He cared about people, and he knew how to get a job done. He put his money and his reputation on the line and committed to getting it built. He did it using skilled local union labor like the men of Local 638.
No, this is some union dude.
On that project, completing it.
Met Trump got all starry-eyed.
Ensuring kids would be skating that fall on that rink. And a quick note to President Biden. That
he's just a rank and file.
Hours of 10 a.m. and 4 p.m.
She did set the bar high, Mox. That was amazing.
On that job, I saw Donald Trump visit.
I broadcast that. You can go check that out.
Buy us coffee. President walked right over. He wasn't the president at the time, but he walked right over, grinning, and handed me some cash and told us it was too hot for coffee. Go buy sandwiches and drinks for everyone. Now, more than ever, we need a president who knows how to get things done.
He probably told him to go buy sandwiches and drinks. Never paid the dude. He paid out of his own pocket for it.
We have an open border inviting illegal immigrants to take our American jobs and lower our wages. Out of control inflation is squeezing budgets, and both violent crime and drug epidemic are pushing people out of our cities, all while Democrats do nothing. That's why this union Democrat will be voting Trump along.
Eminemic. Copyright that, Mox, because like that's Eminem should steal that. It's an Eminemic.
So that's why this union Democrat, along with many of my local union members, will be voting Trump this November.
I doubt.
So that we can take...
That guy was in the closet.
Take back the country and rebuild the middle class that my union has helped...
Only saw him for like 3 seconds.
God,
my gaydar went off.
Thank you.
Please welcome Congressman Byron Donalds of Florida.
They do have another black man. But they did put them all. They did put them all on one night. I'm sorry, I thought they were out of black men. But they got one more they can pull out.
Good evening, Milwaukee.
I mean, I don't give a shit if he's high. It made me like him more. They relegated them all to not one.
You know, Milwaukee, we're on live television. You gotta let me get to the speech now. Thank you. I'm Byron Donalds, and I come from the great state of Florida.
Ice Cube. Oh my God, Potter Monkey, that's great.
People of Southwest Florida. But I was raised by a single mother in Brooklyn, New York. Life was hard and we struggled. When I was in the first grade, my mother took me out of public school because she could see that public education was failing me. I needed to be challenged, and I needed the opportunity that only a private school could provide. My mother is an educator, and she truly believed in my potential. But Democrat politicians wanted to trap me in a failing school, but my mom fought for me. Mom, I just want to take this opportunity to say thank you. Thank you, Mom. Words cannot describe how deeply grateful I am to be your son. When I was in the 7th grade, my mom lost her job. We went on government assistance, and my grandma helped us pay for private school. My mom and my grandma sacrificed to ensure
keep switching back and forth.
Build a successful
that fixed it
through a commitment to academic achievement and hard work. I'm standing here today as a result of their love, good and safe schools, and great teachers. And to the teachers of America who pour your heart and your soul into your students and teach the next generation to love, honor, and serve our
this is
great
Byron
country,
Donald.
we all say thank you.
Representative from Florida.
But what about those kids whose parents can't scrape money together for private school? Don't those kids who grew up like I grew up deserve the same chance that I had? Joe Biden and Kamala Harris sent their kids to high-priced private schools. But since they are in the pocket of the far-left teachers' unions, they trap poor kids like me in failing schools with no way out. They say they're pro-choice, but not if you want a choice over what your kids are taught. Donald Trump believes every parent deserves a choice.
I don't understand how you don't have a choice.
Deserves a chance.
You can homeschool. You can go to private school. How's there not a choice?
And in November, when Donald Trump is elected, our nation's 47th president, we will make sure all America's children get that chance. Growing up poor, I know the pain of high food prices, high energy prices, and housing costs. I remember as a kid, my mom yelling at me, "Turn off that light, you don't pay the bill." We know there's a bunch of kids in America today who are hearing that from their parents. The massive inflation created by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris has only made it worse. During my first term in Congress, I served on the Budget Committee and the Small Business Committee. We told Joe Biden that his so-called American Rescue Plan was going to cause inflation. The Biden-Harris administration told us not to worry, but I knew better. I have nearly 2 decades of experience as a financial professional, and the evidence is in. Go to any grocery.
I already hated you.
Buy eggs, buy beef, buy milk.
I did just the other day.
Housing prices have skyrocketed. All Americans deserve a shot at the American dream. But under Joe Biden's debilitating economic policies, far many Americans, far too many of them, that dream has slipped away. This shows that we were right.
I wish I'd been a lawyer.
Joe Biden was wrong, and that you, the American people, are
My
paying.
dumbass majored in broadcasting.
As Americans, we've all been struggling. The disastrous results of the Biden-Harris agenda transcend race, religion, or income. But under President Trump, all of this will change. And if there was ever a time in our nation to come together, that time is now. With Trump, our economy will boom again. You will have more money in your pocket again. And your children will have a future again. Together, I know we will make America
same old shit
again. And together, America, we will make America great again. God bless you, Milwaukee. God bless the United States of America.
Oh shit, it's the band. Okay, shoo.
You know, a lot of what we're hearing tonight are speeches we've heard from them before, but here they are bringing their message to this convention floor as well as to this nominating process of Donald Trump. Talk to us about the messages you're hearing from people like Congressman Byron Donalds.
I might need to relieve myself, and since I don't have a Dan Crenshaw eye pussy near,
this is also
I will return shortly.
Figuring out where you can kind of get those voters to your side on the margins, because we anticipate this is going to be another very, very close election determined by very narrow margins in a few key battleground states. And in a sense, that could be one of the logic points behind Trump's pick of J.D. Vance because of his Midwestern base, if you will, being from Ohio, and that appeal in that kind of those blue wall states of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania in the Midwest there. The other thing on Donald's that's interesting is Libby, as Rhonda and James were just talking about kind of some of the union support and some of the kind of pivoting on that front, is Donald's has been trying to make inroads with the black community. We've heard him on the campaign trail as a surrogate for Trump, for the Trump campaign, talking to different communities, trying to bring those voters on board as well. And some early polling has indicated that Trump might be performing a little better with black voters than in previous cycles. Obviously, we're still, 4 months roughly, a little under from the November election. And one other thing I want to point out on Donald's that especially
Maynard was waiting on me.
He just finished
wanting me to turn the water on for him in the bathtub
last year about kind of some of the dynamics that might come into play in 2024.
That's the kind of cat I have.
House Republicans who voted to reject the slate of electors from Arizona and Pennsylvania in early 2021 there when Congress was certifying that vote. He did not rule out Congress objecting to electors in 2025 depending on how the election goes. So the fact that that sort of rhetoric is on the table, that was months and months ago, but that is something that, if House Republicans can retain control after the November election, is something that very much could be on the table come January.
Huey Lewis?
JM, talk to us about the selection of J.D. Vance and the slate of speakers we're hearing from tonight and what that tells you about election denialism and the litigating or relitigating of the 2020 election. What does that bode for the next couple of months in the aftermath of the upcoming election?
This was election denialism, saying that the 2020 election was stolen or fraudulent, is a huge thorn in the side of kind of the Republican, the RNC kind of, executives, if you will. This is an issue that voters generally in polls, they don't want to hear about Trump's claims of a 2020 stolen election. So if Trump is out on the campaign trail talking about that, that's bad for Trump. That's bad for...
You want to do the Macarena?
Voters say again and again that they want candidates...
I feel like they're a little too old for the Macarena.
...and say, what are you going to do when you are...
That's the RNC in another 10 years.
Don't want to be talking about issues of the past. Trump brings up the 2020 election.
Oh, she totally knows how to do the Macarena.
Rhetoric. He talks falsely about things like ballot drop boxes, things like early voting, things like vote by.
Oh, I've totally seen the 96 DNC clip.
Actually, traditionally been that had traditionally been a strong suit for Republicans, and it's.
But see, that's how the Democrats were hip.
Both 2020 and in
they were dancing to the Macarena when the Macarena was a thing.
Party in 2023.
The Republican convention will get it in 30 years.
Encouraging Republican voters to get
shit. It's probably been 30 years
as possible. And this is just smart campaign tactics. If you're running a campaign,
another 35 years,
your base voters to get their votes in early because you know.
Too ethnic, fair enough, Drake.
Comes in, you see that. You know now you don't need to send.
It is like a wedding. That's the music they're playing.
Their vote, quote unquote.
This is Huey Lewis, right? Heart of Rock and Roll.
One of the reasons I spoke with them last year was about.
It was like Loverboy.
The Bank Your Vote effort. When the RNC.
What else did they play?
Earlier this year, when Ronna McDaniel was forced out, when Laura Trump took on a very senior role.
Give me the Beach Boys and free my soul.
And then they walked it back, killed the Bank Your
Vote. They played Uncle Cracker.
But this whole idea of what is Republican turnout going to look like and how much of that is going to come from early voting is a crucial question in this election. And as Rhonda was just talking
this
about
fucking election,
we expect this election to be. Any sort of thing on the margin could really sway this election. So when we're talking about early voting,
I hate this.
Voting,
I hate all of this.
A huge difference maker come 2020.
I love Richard Cheese.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank
you.
JM.
Get up, come on down with the sickness.
JM reflecting.
Yeah, they play Collective Soul.
Speaker tonight. We've also heard from governors. We've heard from Senators Katie Britt. We heard from Senator Tim Scott. We'll hear from Marsha Blackburn in just a little while. Right now, though, we're actually going to hear from David Sachs. Let's see if there's any lead up or introduction here. Nope, he's heading onto the stage. So let's do
David Sachs.
Podcast, David Sachs.
Yeah, they played,
Good evening, America.
Whoa!
I'm David.
Haven't let your light shine down.
I'm David Sachs, a legal immigrant who worked hard to achieve the American dream.
The CEO of Yammer.
Thank you. Now I'm concerned those same opportunities won't be there for future generations. As I look out at this convention,
I have no idea.
A party that is strong and unified behind President Donald J. Trump and his pick for Vice President, Senator J.D. Vance. And what about the Democrats?
Apparently it's something that got bought by Microsoft.
After shielding President Biden from a vigorous primary and gaslighting the entire country about his fitness.
Some kind of multilingo.
We still don't know which puppet Democrat Party bosses will install as their nominee, but we know what their agenda will be. 4 more years of chaos and failure.
Oh no, it's like a Slack type program.
In my hometown of San Francisco, Democrat rule has turned the streets of our beautiful city into a cesspool of crime, homeless encampments, and open drug use.
What?
Democrats, led by border czar Kamala Harris, have allowed
go live there.
Illegal migrants to invade our country. They tasked Homeland Security not with stopping the illegal aliens, but with busing them all over our country. Democrats have recklessly spent trillions of dollars of wasteful and unnecessary government programs, setting off the worst inflation since Jimmy Carter. But worst of all, the Biden-Harris administration has taken a world that was at peace under President Trump, and they lit it on fire.
What?
First, President Biden botched the Afghanistan withdrawal, displaying incompetence and weakness for the whole world to see. Then he provoked the Russians to invade Ukraine with talk of NATO expansion.
He did?
Afterward, he rejected every opportunity for peace in Ukraine, including a deal to end the war just 2 months after it broke out. Now the war is deep into its 3rd year with no end in sight.
Oh no, I think the end's in sight.
Hundreds of billions of our taxpayer dollars have gone up in smoke. President Biden sold us this new forever war by promising it would weaken Russia and strengthen America. Well, how does that look today? Russia's military is bigger than before, while our own stockpiles are dangerously depleted.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Escalation. And the world looks on in horror as Joe Biden's demented policy takes us to the brink of World War III. In the Middle East, America is now losing a war with the Houthis. And the administration's policy towards...
Brother, America ain't won a war since I've been alive.
That the only thing that pro-Israel and pro-Palestine protesters agree on is the chant, F Joe Biden.
And for almost another whole lifetime of mine.
Rather than bolstering confidence in American leadership, as he promised, President Biden has become the symbol of an America in
We're coming up on like a century.
This may be our
since the goddamn U.S. won a war.
It does not have to be our future. We can replace the Biden-Harris cabal with a president who is strong and smart rather than sleepy and senile.
Who's this strong and smart guy? You know one?
Or, in her case, clueless and embarrassing.
Brother.
A president who understands that you build the most powerful military in the world to keep America safe, not to play the world's policeman.
How do these dipshits get in positions of power?
Who is willing to talk to adversaries as well as friends, because that is the only way to make peace.
Yeah, people glass houses, David.
A president who will stand up to the warmongers instead of empowering them. My fellow Americans, we need a leader who commands respect and demands reciprocity from other nations.
Demands.
We need strength and savviness in the White House Situation Room, even if the crisis hits after Biden's bedtime. We need a president who can be president and lead, not a puppet controlled by his or her staff.
It's not the dipshits that voting that make the difference.
We need order in our cities, order at our border, and order restored to a world on fire. My friends, we need President Donald J. Trump back in the White House. Thank you.
This motherfucker is advocating his own best economic interest.
Please welcome women's advocate, Vanessa Fora.
Ooh? Women's advocate?
Wow, you all look wonderful, beautiful from here.
A room full of rapists?
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, America. My name is Vanessa Fora. I was born in Peru, and my family migrated legally to the United States when I was 9 years old.
Yes, every woman and person of color that they're going to have speak has been on this night.
Legal immigrants, my family didn't begin our pursuit of the American dream by breaking the law. We respected America, and we wanted to earn our citizenship. When we arrived in the Bronx, We lived on the 6th floor of a graffiti-painted building. Both my parents worked 2 jobs. At 18, I achieved one of my greatest aspirations. I became a United States citizen.
He's cute, too.
I asked my father which party I should join. He said that we're Hispanics, we vote Democrat. But the more I learned, the more I saw that the Democratic Party didn't represent my values. Republicans did.
Yeah, a lot of Hispanic people are
That the
deeply conservative
is the
socially.
family. That the U.S. Constitution is the greatest document in history, and that every human being, born and unborn, is made in the image
Knew
of
it.
God.
Knew it. That was the #1 topic for her. That is the #1 thing was abortion because she's probably Catholic.
Today, I'm proud to be part of an organization that protects the freedoms and opportunities of women across America.
So that's what they mean by women's advocate.
Thousands of moms. Since Biden took office, I've heard one message from mothers from all backgrounds. The cost of living is making it harder to meet basic needs. Moms are reaching down the bottom shelf to just save 35 cents. Grandmothers who should be enjoying their golden years are working again to barely make ends meet. Under the Biden-Harris agenda, we're no longer living, we're surviving. It feels more and more like I'm back in Latin America. Under President Trump, Hispanics' unemployment reached record lows, and our income reached a record high. To my fellow Hispanic Americans and to all Americans, if you believe in faith, family, freedom, financial stability, join me in voting for Donald Trump this November.
I don't believe in any of that shit, to be honest with you.
Thank you, America.
I'm over here living on the razor's edge.
Charlie Kirk.
Oh my God! I did not see his ass on the list.
You live in sexual anarchy.
What is that haircut? That's like the Forrest Gump cut.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Charlie Kirk, founder of Turning Point USA and Turning Point Action. Together, the largest conservative grassroots organizations in the country. Thanks to our work, I talk to a lot of young people on campuses, at our events.
And they hate you.
Show, podcast, and social media. Said differently, I visit college campuses so you don't have to. I hear a lot from young people about their hopes, their dreams, and their fears. You see, young people are idealists. They respond to vision. For the past 4 years, they've seen the vision of the Biden.
He does look like Shane McMahon.
That vision is you'll own nothing and be happy.
What?
The Democrats say
that's capitalism.
Instead of owning a home, you'll rent a 400-square-foot studio apartment.
Democrats don't say that.
Car,
that's capitalism.
Scooter using some app.
Capitalism.
The vision is this: limit your dreams, give up, aim lower.
He's just 30.
With less. If you're a 20-something in America, life has been really tough. You've watched home prices rise 47% since 2020. 47%. Home ownership is.
I didn't even notice the pounding until you said something.
$106,000 a year. Since I last spoke at the Republican convention 4 years ago, I've become a husband and father. In fact, we have 2 under 2. I think I get extra points for that. For millions of people my age, that is a dream that feels farther away.
He keeps smacking it.
Biden-Harris administration. According to current projections, 1/3 of today's young Americans will never get married. The average American is having
They've had exactly one sex
before. Why? It's because for far too many,
if you have more than one sex,
can't afford them.
You live in sexual
the basic
anarchy.
things our parents enjoyed are increasingly out of reach for Gen Z and millennials. You see, the American dream has become a luxury item for the wealthy elite. Happy countries have children. Broken countries have addiction,
have all the sex,
depression, and suffering. Democrats have given hundreds of billions of dollars to illegals and foreign nations, while Gen Z has to pinch pennies just so that they can never own a home, never marry, and work until they die.
That's called capitalism.
Under Biden, our young people own nothing and they are miserable. Donald Trump refuses to accept this fake, pathetic...
That didn't start under Biden. That's been my entire adult life.
When he was president, young people were richer than ever before, and he will do it again. Donald Trump is on a rescue mission to revive your birthright, one your grandparents and those before them gave everything to hand down to you. And listen carefully, everybody. This is why young men are the most conservative that they have been in 50 years. To all the Gen Zers watching this convention on TikTok,
he's totally fashy.
I have a message just for you. You don't have to stay poor. You don't have to accept being worse off than your parents. You don't have to feel aimless and unhappy. You don't have to support leaders who lied to you and took advantage of you for your vote. America's future is a series of choices. Our current state of slow motion national decline is a choice. This November, we're going to choose success. We're going to choose to put the future of Americans first.
TPUSA has been a resounding
to no longer
non-success.
Spectators this election. We together are going to do the work to save America. We are going to choose to work harder than ever before, to chase ballots, to vote early, to register new voters, and all of us together working harder than ever, we will fire the Biden-Harris regime and put Donald Trump back in the White House where he belongs. God bless you guys. Thank you so much.
You live in sexual anarchy.
I like his hair better like that. It looked better.
Take back the White House.
Whoa!
Look at Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country. I believe that we're going to have four of the greatest.
This was pre-recorded because his ear is completely intact there. Because it's that ear, right? Yeah, it would have been that ear. Yeah.
Years in the history of our country. I will once and for all secure our elections. We're going to go to paper ballots. We're going to have same-day voting, voter ID. We're going to do it properly. We're going to have good, secure, beautiful elections. We never want what happened in 2020 to happen again. But until then, Republicans must win. And we must use every appropriate tool available to beat the Democrats. They are destroying our country. Whether you vote early, absentee, by mail, or in person, we are going to protect the vote. That's the most important thing we have to do, is protect the vote. Keep your eyes open.
We might be on commercial.
Cheat, and they do cheat. And frankly, it's the only thing they do well. We will make sure your ballot is secure and your voice is heard. Many Republicans like to vote on Election Day, and we must swamp the radical Democrats with massive turnout on Tuesday, November 5th. The way you win is to swamp them. If we swamp them, they
run ads. Yeah, let me do that.
But if you can't make it, you need to.
You're on Twitch. I'm going to go ahead and hit you with the ads so you don't miss anything.
We got to get your vote.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
We will win a victory the likes of which no one has ever seen before. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House, and we will take back our country.
We can go back to...
Which is very interesting because we all know this was an Achilles heel of the Republican Party in 2020. Donald Trump scoffed at, mocked, belittled the process. And
here we right after I switched it.
mail-in voting, a very
The
different
chair of
message
the
now, Rhonda.
RNC
That's
committee
exactly right.
on the platform, United States Senator Marsha Blackburn of Tennessee.
Once again, all the women and minorities.
Good evening, and what a great evening it is. I am Marsha Blackburn from the great state of Tennessee. And yes, last week I did have the honor of chairing the Republican Platform Committee. We produced a different kind of platform, one that is dedicated to the forgotten men and women of America. People like Brad Bordeaux,
who?
A small businessman from White Bluff, Tennessee. Brad leads Bordeaux Metals by the end of the Obama-Biden administration.
Washington Post isn't even like covering her. They're still doing commentary.
And over-regulation.
That person was like, yeah, mail-in ballot is really easy. It's super convenient. It's good for me. And that was what did it.
They don't give a shit enough about Marsha.
That's why he agreed to sign on
Thanks
to do
to
this.
President Trump's tax and
We're raw dogging over here.
Brad and those that worked for him prospered. He hired new workers, expanded the business. Life was good and getting better.
She dumb as fuck too.
Was a four-letter word for Bordeaux Metals. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris,
Bidenomics was a four-letter word.
high taxes, and Green New Scam are destroying small businesses. Biden and Harris outsourced our energy supply, driving electricity prices up over 29%.
What the fuck is she talking about?
Joe and Kamala walked into office, gas was $2.40 a gallon. Today, it is $3.54. Our platform says we will make America.
So it's right in the area where it's like usually fluctuates.
And let me hear you now. You know who will make that happen? Donald Trump. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris also think that small business owners are wealthy and they should pay their fair share. We all know.
No, we believe that wealthy people should pay their fair
You
share.
got to pay more taxes. Well, in Tennessee,
Small business owners are people like me.
against a proposed state income tax. We killed that thing. We are income tax free in Tennessee. So when Donald Trump was president, I helped him spread economic prosperity with the largest tax cut in American history. Now, President Trump will make those tax cuts permanent.
Oh, Dolly. This is Dolly Parton's Wario.
Elected, they say they're going to let them expire. That will be the biggest tax increase in American history. Our party's platform commits to make
Molly
the
Martin
Trump
over
tax
here.
cuts permanent. And you know
Kelly, good evening.
who will return us to an era of
Good evening.
prosperity.
I let my Tennessee accent come out because of Marsha Blackburn, who is not even from the same part of Tennessee.
Now, Joe and Kamala, bless their hearts.
That's more Southern Plantation accent than it is Trailer Trash Tennessee accent.
Hard-working Americans. IRS penalties have surged 300%. And they're not on big corporations. They're on gig workers, freelancers, small business owners, and the self-employed. Let me ask you
That's a fuck you in the South.
who is going to look at those 85,000 IRS agents and say, "You're fired, Donald Trump"?
The IRS has been incredibly productive for collecting taxes from billionaires.
Under Biden and Harris, people
Something like over $1 billion they've collected.
that at any time since Jimmy Carter, their regulations aren't just burdensome. Often, they include racist DEI requirements. Many small businesses are going bankrupt.
Yeah, they weren't even showing Marsha anymore. They were showing like the crowd.
Discuss. Our party's platform pledges 7 times to cut regulations,
Marsha.
killing jobs and costing you thousands of dollars. Now you know who will slash that red tape and turn this country to economic greatness? Donald Trump.
Oh, they flipped back right as I flipped over there.
The harmful Biden-Harris policies are why so many small business owners, like Shayna Gray, she is a black
Damn it, Shayna.
owner of Gray Jet Cafe right here in Milwaukee. She voted for Biden in 2020, and in 24, she is voting for President Donald Trump.
Why?
Come on, man. Our platform is a promise to people like Shayna, people like Brad, and President Trump will keep his promises just like he did the first time.
Monday was DEI night.
More question for you. Who should
It was
be
DEI.
President of the United States?
God damn.
Trump. God bless you, protect you, and God bless and protect the United States. Thank you.
He did. Uh-oh.
Republican platform. We were talking about the Republican platform earlier.
Jesse's girl? No.
That folks have, quote, a right to mine Bitcoin. That is specifically in the Republican platform. This is the same Republican platform that we said
yeah.
top of the show was one of the thinnest Republican platforms we've seen in years, and yet
Torchy, good job.
Include that in the platform. This is remarkable. And the last thing I'll note on this,
I thought I'd be really good in
fundraising and.
Name that tune.
Why David Sachs was included.
But that show did standards and shit. Like at the time, I didn't know any standards.
Elected to be the
I was like fucking 8 or 9 or 10.
Based on financial.
Yeah, name that tune. Name that tune.
Multiple pieces of pro-cryptocurrency.
Like the 60s, 70s show.
2 years in the Senate.
It was like all fucking shit Frank Sinatra would sing, and I had no idea.
There's various dots that sort of connect here of what some of these folks are trying to get out of. In this case,
and some people will fucking name it in seconds. Dustin, good evening.
Thanks so much, JM. I want to just take folks back here.
We had generic small town singer earlier.
In one direction, they're all looking one way.
Yeah.
James has the best vantage point from there. Was that JD Vance who's up there?
Yes, so JD.
Oh my God, they had Tiffany on screen.
Spoken tonight. They've all sort of gathered around. JD Vance is giving high fives and handshakes. There's a bunch of members of the Senate standing around. Mike Johnson is there with his wife. Tucker Carlson, the former Fox News personality, he's also there kind of laughing it up. I saw him shake hands with J.D. Vance and now Don Jr.
It was on the Game Show Network. That's where I was watching it.
Vice presidential nominee and the chair of the RNC. So the VIPs are all...
That's exactly where I watched Name That Tune.
And everyone in the arena has sort of gathered and is watching this group. Eric Trump has just walked up and Stephen Chung, Trump's spokesman, Laura Trump. I mean, this is literally like the entire Trump family's all coming. So they're filling the seats as this sort of house band builds.
No, this isn't Hold On Loosely. This is their other song.
Hundreds.
The little girl.
Trying to...
it sounds a lot like it.
I see...
I can see the back of Stephen Chung, so I'm just going to keep watching you, James, watch them. Okay, that's...
Jason Miller.
Fair enough. Well, I don't know, clinically. We get some...
Overstate my 10th convention. I mean, I haven't seen Republicans.
I cannot sing any crooners.
Enthusiastic at a Republican.
I really like Dean Martin. He's my favorite.
Like it's they're feeling good. It is a joyous.
Oh shit!
And Donald Trump is appears to be just about to walk out. He has a bandage on his ear, on his right ear that was hit on Saturday in Pennsylvania.
So what we can see, and hopefully you can too on your screen, is on the Jumbotron at the top of the convention center, we see that image of Trump with, as James was saying, the bandage on his ear as he prepares to come into this hall.
The crowd is in high anticipation.
This is the first public sighting.
So they're probably covered by the arena. The arena pays their ASCAP.
A sobering reminder that one man was killed, 2 others were very seriously injured.
Like, this isn't being used for campaign. Like, this is just them performing for the
moment of that attack will go down
the audience
in every frame by frame clarity, which we all witnessed it in. Donald Trump will officially be on stage Thursday night giving his big convention speech, but as we know, he can come up on this stage pretty much anytime he wants to, guys. So,
he is a showman.
Yeah.
And you can tell he's enjoying it. He looks like he's waiting for his sign.
I was just thinking that,
But he's
producing The Apprentice. He
Exactly.
does have that background of trying to get the crowd amped.
Are we gonna get a
historically the nominee didn't come
Trump speech
to the convention until the final?
No, this is the GOP's YouTube.
And Trump sort of broke that tradition in 2016 by coming out every night, making a grand entrance. Really, he is a master at the craft and the optics of this, and it's the entire Republican establishment that's lined up to welcome.
Oh, the talking is from the Washington Post. Oh shit.
So Lee Greenwood, of course, is the musician. Donald Trump
He's one of the speakers.
loves this song and loves his music. Here's who's going to be with Trump as we see him come in. J.D. Vance, Tucker Carlson, Congressman Byron Donalds, Mike Johnson, David Sachs, we already heard from.
Prayer works because he was sure, as Donald Trump turned his head just slightly, that the bullet missed him just enough.
From 52 to 59.
The next president.
That couldn't be the one I watched. Because that would have had to have been in black and white, wouldn't it have?
He has believed for so long.
The one I watched surely would have been like maybe they colorized it.
In the current administration sends them home. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, because it seemed like it was the late 60s, early 70s.
Fight for America. More prosperity. Less gas prices. Less food prices. Help for
Am
our
I gonna have to turn him down?
military wherever they are in these United States and abroad. There would be no wars.
Ladies,
74 to 81 sounds perfect.
welcome the next president of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
If tomorrow all the things were gone
God damn it, he will copyright me on this.
and I had to start again.
My wife, thank my lucky stars, be living here today. Stands for freedom, they can't take that away. Proud to be an American, or at least I know I'm free. Won't forget the man who died, gave that right to me. I'll gladly stand up to you. Okay, is Lee Greenwood better than me? Get him a little lower there. I was doing my best. Oh, he shook hands with Tucker. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Oh, you guys are just being nice.
He has the courage, the strength, and he will be
It does suck.
President of the United States. From
The entire time, Drake. I might get a little teary-eyed with the song playing when I start talking about like how supportive everybody in the chat has been.
Please welcome Donald J. Trump.
I'll stop singing. He going to town over here. Anybody else name another Lee Greenwood song? Trump is just lucky that like there was one musician with a song. It almost sounds like a national anthem, and this musician wanted to be up his ass. God bless the USA, Drake. All the way up his ass. I can't believe we're doing this again. Thank you, Elbin Jogs. We appreciate you doing the Lord's work out here, getting us cheap best viewers.
Please welcome
dudes in the bio
from Cedar Springs, Michigan.
Better aim, better aim. Does Rick Derringer own it? I'd say WWF owns it. WWE. Back when Vince was running it, he probably would have gave him permission. We got some old dude creeping out on stage. He had a weird limp. Yeah, this dude. That's Trump. No, this dude. No. Not that dude. We're back to Trump again. Remember, I got multiple monitors over here. He's choked up. Mark. Probably have to pack another one. But that's a fantastic idea.
In Western Michigan.
Mark Laws. We don't even know who he is.
I'm not a senator or a governor or some other politician.
I think so, Venus.
I'm just a regular guy. But to my kids and my grandkids who call me Peepa, I'm the guy.
That wasn't funny.
I live on a fixed income, so I'm not one of the people that watch their portfolios. No, in the Big Boy Joe economy. I just worry about getting through the day.
Do you know who the Republican Party is, you dipshit?
If I did, I'm really not sure how I'd make it. The Big Boy Joe inflation.
Big Boy Joe.
Dollars into nickels.
He had a big boy press conference the other day.
Michigan, we got 180,000 plus people that are in tax lien foreclosure right now. So even though I don't have
he may be a token. He seems like he might be a Polak.
My house, and if I don't, they take it away. When I'm asked how I'm doing,
is that racist?
I say I'm doing okay. But don't you remember under President Trump, we didn't have to settle for just okay. We were doing great. I've wanted to make some improvements to my home, but with inflation and the price of materials, that's not possible. So I don't want to go into debt, so I just put it off. I'd also like to spoil my grandkids with some great Peepaw unique gifts for their birthdays. But with the price of gas and groceries, I don't do that. I settle for a cake and ice cream.
Oh, but who's keeping count, Dub?
Going up, but my income stays the same. I just keep putting things off, hoping that I'll be able to afford them again someday. It's got me thinking. I've been hoping for better days, but life is happening right now.
Just bigoted, okay.
And we can't waste any more time.
I'll settle for that. I'll take bigoted.
Big Boy Joe, terrible economic policies. We need to bring Donald Trump back right now.
Not in November, not in January next year.
No one shares
now.
Many promises that Donald Trump has made. We need to get involved with the Trump 47, and you remember ballots win elections, so that's the best way to do it. I know a lot of folks just kind of tune the politics out, but we really can't afford to anymore.
Who is this guy?
Because we're not living in the same country that we grew up in. Cutesy time is over.
What does that mean?
We need to, all of us, put our shoulder to the wheel and push along and get Mr. Trump, Donald Trump, to be number 47 again. Thank you, and God bless America.
That sucked. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free.
That was Speaker Mark Laws talking about his perspective on the economy, and Joe Biden.
Who gives a shit about Mark
Biden in
Laws?
reference to the big boy press conference that Joe Biden was going to have last week. That's how his team was characterizing it. So even though there's a call for unity and things like that, this is still a political rally, a political event, and they're still going to sling
Biden's inflation has retirees at risk of running out of money. The cost of groceries.
That's what they're showing inside of the
seniors to choose between food and their prescriptions.
Convention Center.
Their Social Security isn't keeping up with inflation. And thanks to Biden and Harris's open border
the Social Security that you want to cut?
million illegals in. The whole Social Security system is at risk. And now, many seniors are also struggling to afford their housing.
Well, yeah, you can't have a problem with it if you get rid of it.
The group calls this Biden's war on seniors. President Trump has seniors' backs. He got seniors' Medicare Advantage premiums cut 34%. And he'll fix Biden's broken economy and get in.
I can't believe this. I'm still in disbelief. This is the third presidential campaign, and I'm still in disbelief that this is a thing.
And Medicare, and oppose any cuts in their benefits. President Trump, he'll make America affordable again.
Please welcome Benjamin Joseph.
Who? What up, Ben?
Hello, Michigan. Hello,
This is the third time we're doing this.
I'm the owner of a home remodeling business that my father Steve started in 1972. During the Trump boom, we were thriving. Under Biden, we are surviving. I know other business owners, like many of you in this room, can relate. With the financial strain caused by the Biden,
Get it from his daddy.
many clients are tightening their belts, closing their wallets, and cutting back on their home remodeling projects.
I'm gonna get better at capitalism. That means fucking you guys over.
I mean, lower them. I'm now barely making payroll, and our families just have enough to live on. But we can't build up any.
So if you don't want me to fuck you guys over on content,
as parents,
be better at capitalism.
Provide for our children.
Give me money.
More parents like myself have to look their little girl, their little boy in the eye when they're asked for something and say, "We can't afford it." Those 4 words are heartbreaking. We didn't have to say those words under Donald Trump.
That's why I wasn't paying attention to him, Lord.
That's because Donald Trump is a businessman, not a crooked career politician.
No, he's a crooked career businessman.
President Trump understands what business owners need to succeed because he is a business owner himself and has succeeded. He knew.
He went bankrupt 5 times.
If given the chance, and we did.
Jinx, Torgy.
The Trump's tax cuts and regulation cuts empowered entrepreneurs like you and me.
This is what happens when you don't tell your kids no. This dude right here. This guy.
As a representative of Michigan at this convention, I want to give a special Michigander thank you to President Trump for being our champion.
Michiganders.
He has inspired so many of us, even in this room, to step up and get involved in the fight to save America. With his leadership and our help, we will make America affordable again, wealthy again, and great again. May God bless each and every one of you.
You damn liberals. That was we're going to save it for him.
Protect President Trump and his family. And may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
He got an off-brand MAGA hat.
Amber Rose from South Philadelphia.
Yeah, Amber Rose.
Hello. My name is Amber Rose. I'm a model and entrepreneur. Thank you. But most importantly, I'm a mother. My whole world revolves around providing for my children, keeping them safe, and giving them an opportunity for a better life. That's something that unites all American parents, whether we're Republicans, Democrats, conservatives, or liberals. We all want a better
What does it say?
children.
Bitch snatch?
But I'm here tonight to tell you, no matter your political background,
I feel like it says bitch snatch.
our babies a better life is to elect Donald Trump President of the United States. Now you may be wondering why I'm up here telling you this. I'm no politician and I don't want to be, but I do care about the truth.
Birth cash?
The media has lied to us about Donald Trump. I know this because for a long time,
Was she on The Apprentice? She was Kanye's
here to
ex.
set the record straight.
Is
first
Kanye's
person I
ex.
knew who supported Donald Trump was my father. I was shocked. My entire family is racially diverse. And I believe the left-wing propaganda that Donald Trump was a racist. My father said, no,
Keep smacking her lips.
talking about. And when I insisted, he said, prove it.
Bitch hash. That's what it
My
says.
father wrong. I did my research and looked into all things Donald Trump.
Did your research.
Have to do their research. I watched all the rallies, and I started meeting so many of you, his red hat wearing supporters. I realized Donald Trump and his supporters don't care if you're black, white, gay, or straight. It's all love.
That's not true at all.
And that's when it hit me. These are my people. This is where I belong.
Kanye's got a type, doesn't he?
So I let go of my fear of judgment, of being misunderstood, of getting attacked by the left, and put the red hat on too.
Well, you got to match somebody's freak clinically. I have several types in Lord.
Love you too. I never felt more free and more love for my country than I do now. I want to thank my father, who's in the audience tonight, for opening my eyes. He served over 20 years in the U.S. military. Thank you for your service, Dad. Where's he at? I love you, Dad. I love you. I love you so much. Thank you. When I met the president and Melania for the first time, he was kind and generous and funny as hell. Very funny. The First Lady was gracious and smart.
She got that Tim Pool hairline.
If you're watching this tonight,
And who am I to joke? I wish I had that hairline.
just like me, when you go to the store and buy food for your family, you're shocked. When you fill up your gas tank, you're pissed. I know I am.
Ain't you rich?
And when you turn on the news, you are just exhausted. Inflation
Yes.
is control. And you know in your heart it was not like this under Donald Trump. My message to you tonight comes from a humble place. The left told me to hate Trump, and even worse, to hate the other side, the people who support him. When you cut through
Birth
the lies,
staff.
you know the truth. American families were better when Donald Trump was president. We were safer, wealthier, and stronger. A vote for Donald Trump is a vote to put money back in our pockets and good.
Yeah, it like fluctuates between 250 and 350 usually.
Or, as Trump would say, it's a vote to make America great again. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Please welcome Latino American Linda Fornos.
Latino American. I told you. All the women and people of color are tonight.
16 years ago, I left Nicaragua for a better life in a fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada. Woo!
Woo!
America welcomed me, and I embraced the values of hard work, learning the language, and respecting the laws. It's the American thing to do.
Your conservative party just got its ass kicked, Warlord. What are you talking about?
In 2022, my 3 boys and I faced a devastating house fire. We lost everything. And starting over
If someone is going to be eating your ass, I do have advice.
almost impossible.
Life is too short to walk
The
the
Biden
steps
economy
or accept the
is
asshole.
driving prices
Wash
through
your
the
ass.
roof. Rent,
Fair enough, Warlord.
groceries, everything. As a life insurance worker, I see the struggle of people trying to
I mean, he's not wrong. Ckers is probably further to the right than Joe Biden.
needs. I'm living that same struggle
You say that's fair, Warlord?
Life is too hard right now. One of my sons works 3 jobs, and the other holds down 2. That makes 6 jobs for 3 people just to survive in Biden's economy. Our open
But like it didn't start under Biden.
Wars. It's upsetting. It's upsetting to see millions of
They really did take our jobs.
immigrants
She's got 3 of them.
illegally, while hardworking families who did it the right way are left struggling. The fact is that illegal
Cancel Justin indeed.
hurts legal immigrants the most. The Biden system is backwards and broken. In Biden's America, opportunities to get ahead are dwindling, and our education system is failing our children. What happened to teaching reading, writing, and math?
Pretty sure they still do.
Now, it's like our kids are getting a degree in pronoun studies.
In pronoun studies.
He, they, them.
That's part of grammar. That's part of the reading and writing.
My son to come home with a diploma in advanced day 10 theory.
What?
Life was completely different under President Trump. We prosper.
We didn't use pronouns under President Trump.
To my beloved Latino community, it's time to
Wait a minute.
stop and smell the cafecito.
Didn't use pronouns under Trump. yeah, DJ Dub. Jinx.
In 2020, I made a mistake.
Media winch.
A mistake that is hard to admit, especially in this room.
He voted for Biden.
Come on, man.
In 2020, I voted for Joe Biden.
Didn't we all, lady?
I'm sorry. He has made me regret it. This November, my vote won't be taken for granted. And this time, I won't regret it. Please join me in voting for Donald J. Trump.
Hey, she won me over. I'm starting to like this Trump guy.
Please welcome the president of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, Sean O'Brien.
Really?
Greetings, delegates and guests. I'm Sean O'Brien, General President of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters.
He went at it with that McMullen senator not that long ago.
I'd like to give my peeps from the greatest state in the nation, Massachusetts, some props. What's up?
Yeah, like I'm kind of gobsmacked he's there.
I want to thank the hardworking Teamsters and union members here in Milwaukee who play vital roles in the building and operations of this convention.
Yeah, pretty much, King Fist. King Feast.
I also want to thank President Donald Trump for opening the RNC's door to the Teamsters Union and inviting me to speak before you tonight.
Maybe he's not gonna be political. They're not gonna endorse Trump.
I travel all across this country and meet with my members every week.
Thank you for being a freaking follower.
An American worker being taken for granted. Workers being sold out to big banks, big tech, corporates, and the elite. And I'm not the only one who sees this. Everyday families see it. The American people.
Yes, you heard that right.
They know the system is broken. We all know how Washington is run. Working people have no chance of winning this fight. That's why I'm here today. Because I refuse to keep doing the same things my predecessors did. Today, the Teamsters are here to say we are not beholden to anyone or any party.
Oh, wow.
We will create an agenda and work with a bipartisan coalition ready to accomplish something real for the American worker.
Okay, he's not endorsing Trump.
And I don't care about getting criticized. It's an honor to be the first Teamster in our 121-year history to address the Republican National Convention.
Yeah, he's just hedging bets. He was invited, so he spoke.
Months ago, I asked the RNC and the DNC for the opportunity to speak. To be frank, when President Trump invited me to speak at this convention, there was political unrest on the left and on the right. Hard to believe. Anti-union groups demanded the president rescind his invitation. The left called me a traitor.
I love that my chat's calling him a traitor.
Why it's so important for me to be here today.
Love you guys.
Think about this. Think about this. The Teamsters are doing something correct. If the extremes in both parties think I shouldn't be on this stage. President Trump had the backbone to open the doors to this Republican convention, and that's unprecedented. No other nominee in the race would have invited the Teamsters into this arena. Now, you can have whatever opinion you want, but one thing is clear. President Trump is a candidate who is not afraid of hearing from new, loud, and often critical voices. And I think we all can
Really?
Whether people like him or they don't like him, in light of what happened to him on Saturday, he has proven to be one tough SOB.
He looked like a badass. I don't think he's actually a badass, but he looked like a badass. I think he is far, far from a badass.
Now, when I won the presidency of the Teamsters in a national election 2.5 years ago, we started reaching across the aisle. In the past, the Teamsters have endorsed GOP candidates, including Nixon, Reagan, and George H.W. Bush.
That's a horrible record.
But over the last 40 years, the Republican Party has really pursued strong relationships with organized labor. There are some in the party who stand in active opposition to labor unions. This too must change. And I want to be clear. At the end of the day, the Teamsters are not interested if you have a D, R, or an I next to your name. We want to know one thing. What are you doing to help American workers? As a negotiator, I know that no window or door should ever be permanently shut.
Yeah, if he wanted to go give a speech, he should have been
out to 8 Republican senators
should have been far more adversarial,
over our fight for pay.
more on point about a message of workers.
Hawley was one of them. We started talking. Senator Hawley changed his position on
Need some
national
tea.
right to work. Then we started walking. Senator Hawley walked a Teamsters picket line in St. Louis and a UAW picket line in Wentzville, Missouri. More than that, I want to recognize Senator Hawley for his direct, relentless, and pointed questioning of corporate talking heads, lawyers, CEOs, and apologists. He has shown he is not willing to accept their pillaging of working people's pocketbooks. I know from a career in negotiating that you get nowhere by slamming your fist on the table. The first step is to listen. The Teamsters and the GOP may not agree on many issues, but a growing group has shown the courage to sit down and consider points of view that aren't funded by big money think tanks.
Like what's represented in that room.
Senators like J.D. Vance, Roger Marshall.
What?
And Representatives Nicole Maliotakis, Mike Lawler, and Brian Fitzpatrick are among elected officials who truly care about working people. And this group is expanding and is putting fear into those who have monopolized our very broken system in America today. There are far too many people on
J.D.
both sides
Vance.
of the aisle still caught up in knee-jerk reactions to unions, who subscribe to the same tired claptrap that unions destroy.
I know, this is crazy.
Take a moment to consider United Parcel Service, which is the largest private sector logistics company, and it's been unionized for more than 100 years. More than 350,000 Teamsters make it run. We work for good middle-class wages, quality health care, and secure pensions. There are work rules that ensure fairness and due process for both sides. UPS is the most efficient package delivery company in the world.
Come and get me, Media Winch. I'm ready to go. I'll come out there with you.
But let's not forget that UPS doesn't provide these great wages and benefits out of the kindness of its heart.
You got room for Adopt Me.
UPS does it because the Teamsters fight for it, all 350,000 of us. You know, corporatists hate when working people join together to
You can
form.
adopt a whole Justin.
But for a century, major employers have waged a war against labor by forming corporate unions of their own. We need to call the Chamber of Commerce and the business roundtables what they are. They are unions for big business. And here's another fact. Against gigantic multinational corporations,
I want to go to California.
zero power. It's only when Americans band together in democratic unions that we win real improvements on wages, benefits, and working conditions. Companies like Amazon are bigger than most national economies. Amazon is valued over $2 trillion. That makes it the 14th largest economy in the world. What is sickening is that Amazon has abandoned any national allegiance. Amazon's sole focus is on lining its own pockets. Remember, elites have no party, elites have no nation. Their loyalty is to the balance sheet and the stock price at the expense of the American worker. In my office in Washington, D.C., I can see the United States Capitol from my window. I see
The speech is getting better, but it's
in Washington and get eaten
too
up
little too
by an
late.
unforgiving system. The responsibility to average Americans takes a back seat. The objective now becomes survival. Fundraiser after fundraiser, corporate consultants hedge every initiative. The Hill crawls with lifers, bouncing from government jobs to corporate jobs and back again. I think we can all agree D.C. is a pretty treacherous area. Most legislation is never meant to go anywhere, and it's all talk. And in America, talk isn't cheap. It's very expensive, and it comes at the cost of our own country. Working people know our system is broken. The elites are not laboring on behalf of workers. There is a political caste system that prevents citizens from accessing their representatives to hold them accountable. For a moment in time, working people in America were seen as essential. Sadly, it took a global pandemic for political and corporate elites to notice this fact. But ask yourself this question. Since the end of the pandemic, when was
people don't get taught marks?
Major news outlets regularly to refer to workers as essential? You haven't. The men and women who provide goods and services, deliver packages, stock grocery shelves, care for patients, pick up your trash, and keep our communities safe are taken for granted. All the while, the stock market booms, housing prices hit record highs, and corporate salaries skyrocket. But the income of everyday Americans are shrinking in the face of inflation. At the gas pumps, at the grocery store, with the electrical bill, and with the car insurance. This has got to change. Never forget, American workers own this nation.
Let's applause for that.
Renters. We are not tenants, but the corporate elite treat us like squatters, and that is a crime. We've got to fix it. Now, this will shock you. This will shock you. To paraphrase Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, it's time for both sides of Congress to stand their butts up.
It is.
We need trade policies that put American workers first. It needs to be easier for companies to remain in America. We need legal protections that make it safer for workers to get a contract. We must stop corporations from abandoning local communities to inflate their bottom line. We need meaningful bankruptcy reform. Today, corporate vultures buy up companies like Yellow Freight with the intent of driving them into bankruptcy and feasting on their remains. The courts leave workers begging for crumbs.
J.D. Vance do that shit?
Creditors. Labor law must be reformed.
Peter Thiel definitely did.
But can never get a union contract. Companies fire workers who try to join unions and hide behind toothless laws that are meant to protect working people but are manipulated to benefit corporations. This is economic terrorism at its best. An individual cannot withstand such an assault. A fired worker cannot afford corporate delays, and these greedy employers know it. There are no consequences for the company, only the worker. We need corporate welfare reform. Under our current system, massive companies like Amazon, Uber, Lyft, and Walmart take zero responsibilities for the workers they employ. These companies offer no real health insurance, no retirement benefits, no paid leave, relying on underfunded public assistance. And who foots the bill? The individual taxpayer. The biggest recipients of welfare in this country are corporations, and this is real corruption. We must put workers first. What could be more important to the security of our nation than a long-term investment in the American worker? In 2021, Teamsters nationwide elected me to fight for them, and that's precisely what I'm doing. Something is wrong in this country, and we need to say it out loud. I will always speak for America and the American worker, both union and non-union. I challenge each and every one of you, and especially my friends on the Democratic side, to embrace cooperation, to truly collaborate, to achieve meaningful and productive change, to ensure we make this great nation in this world, the bigger, faster, and strongest nation.
He's scheduled to speak on Thursday, Winch. He did a big grand entrance tonight, though, just a few minutes ago.
This country, our 1.3 million members move America on the roads, in the ports, on the rail, and in the air. And at the end of the day, if the powers to be stop.
Yeah, they put the union guy with the tokens.
On behalf of American workers, I will not have one single regret. I still carry my commercial driver's license. I still have my place on the union seniority list. You'll find me back in Boston driving a tractor trailer.
They had Marge tonight. She was one of their big guns.
I have the protection of a union contract that gives me the freedom to speak my mind and to fight.
She's a woman.
Hell. God bless the greatest nation. Thank you very much.
Yeah, he didn't endorse Trump or anything, so. Second half of his speech was a lot more
RNC Chairman Michael Watley.
Policy-based and tolerable. Is this the ending? Because gavel to close out the night. They're yelling, "We want Trump."
For a benediction, please welcome Pastor James Remke.
James Remke.
It's a great pleasure to be here. Great pleasure to see President Donald Trump safe. And if I may, before the benediction, give you this promise. You're going to be so blessed.
Oh my God.
You're going to be top.
Oh my God.
Guarantee it.
Wow. Wow.
Believe me. Let us pray. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Almighty God, you have given us this good land as our heritage.
Holy shit.
Remember your generosity and constancy.
You see what I did there?
Bless our land with honest industry, truthful education, and an honorable way of life. Save us from violence, discord, and confusion, from pride and arrogance, and from every evil course of action. We give thanks to you for keeping President Trump safe. We pray for the families of those affected by the demonic violence at the rally on Saturday. And we pray you would send your holy angels to guard and keep President Trump from all harm and danger. Grant that we who came from many nations with many different languages may become a united people. Support us.
When did Peter Griffin become a fucking priest?
And give those to whom we have entrusted the authority of government the spirit and wisdom.
He just had a near-death experience. You think it changed him?
When times are prosperous, may our hearts be thankful. And in troubled times, do not let our trust in you fail. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face shine.
Inch away from death.
The Lord look upon you with favor and give you peace.
For a benediction, please welcome from California National Committee.
Wait, did we just do this?
Dylan.
Another one? Who?
Thank you, everyone.
The Indian?
These last 48 hours have been some of the most intense, yet most prayerful of our lives. The heinous attack on President Trump and his supporters made all of us pause and seek answers and comfort. I come from a family of Sikh immigrants. I am honored to share with you, my fellow Republicans and guests tonight, a prayer from my faith tradition practiced by over 25 million worldwide. We recite the Ardas prayer
fair enough.
for any new endeavor.
But her name is like Jahit.
Asking for his protection and help to uphold the values of humility, truth, courage, service, and justice for all. To show respect, we cover our heads.
You could be Pakistani, you're right.
तू ठाकर तुम पे अरदास जियो पिंड सब तेरी रास तुम मात पिता हम बारक तेरे तुमरी
Is it racist if I sing along?
कोई न जाने तुमरा अंत ऊंचे ते ऊंचा भगवंत सगल समगरी तुमरे सूतर धारी तुम ते
Sugary margarita.
तुमरी गत मित तुम ही जानी नानक दास सदा कुर्बानी. Dear Waheguru, our one true God,
cancel me.
Creating America as a unique haven on this earth where all people are free to worship according to their faith. We seek your blessings and guidance for our beloved country. Please bless our people with wisdom as they vote in the upcoming election, and please bless with humility, honesty, skill, and integrity all those who conduct the election. Finally, we thank you for the Chardi Kala spirit that we have witnessed in President Trump. That is, the tireless and uplifting spirit that is sustained even in the face of violent adversity, like a founding father centuries ago. And we thank you, dear God.
He has no clue what she's
We
saying.
thank you for his examples of nirbha, fearlessness, and nirvair, the absence of hate when faced with vitriol. These examples of extraordinary calm inspire us. Nanak Naam Chardi Kala Tere Bane
Yeah, he might still be on some good drugs.
forever be exalted, spreading happiness and blessings and good spirit, that everyone may prosper and enjoy the grace of your peace. Thank you.
The reports are that he is in really good spirits and that he is really excited for the convention.
Senator Vance, congratulations.
He's not a good pick.
President Trump, we are honored to have you here tonight, and on behalf of the entire Republican Party all across America, we are grateful for you to be our nominee for the 47th President of the United States of America.
He's exactly what Peter Thiel wants. Trump wanted that Peter Thiel money. Peter Thiel is the only explanation. He wanted the Peter Thiel money. Thinks Peter Thiel will help him out of his financial predicaments. He did indeed call Trump Hitler.
The chair declares that the 2024 Republican National Convention stand in recess until tomorrow at 5 p.m.
There you have it. We wrapped up for the night. I'm surprised it went this long. Oh God. Band come back out. That karaoke journey? Just a small town girl. Born and raised in South. Oh, yeah, I fucked it up. Oh, God. Hopefully something happens to energized Democrats. Oh, God, guys, guess what you get? We get C-SPAN calls. We'll get you a chase too. Smell of wine and cheap perfume. I don't know who they got on the calls tonight. We were not watching C-SPAN beforehand. Are you telling me to call in? I'm gonna use the phone. I have to change screens here. I've still got Journey jamming. I'm gonna hit Twitch. I'm gonna hit you with the commercial break. I have called in a couple different times. We might try. Some are born to sing the blues. No, Vance. I thought the whole time he was going to pick Marjorie Taylor Greene. I can't believe the top three were the three that he chose. Especially Marco Rubio. I thought for sure I was right about Marjorie Taylor Greene. Torchy, you're exactly right. She'd outshine him. I didn't even think about that, L. Also, welcome. Good evening. I mean, let's face it, he did it for the Peter Thiel money. You stick around, everyone. We're going to be doing C-SPAN calls. These are the best. Let me get the phone up. Maybe I'll call in. What am I going to say? What am I going to talk about? Everybody's telling me to go undecided, right? I'd call the Democrat line. I've been pretty hardcore Democrat. I think they're playing an American band now. But it's like it's still a transition. I didn't have to pick a registration. I don't know what the fuck I'm registered as. I don't think I'm registered as anything. So I would assume when I go in to vote, you know what?
National Convention. The former president, the nominee for the Republican Party, the 45th president of the United States, officially nominated tonight to become the 47th. Also happening today, J.D. Vance, the senator from Ohio, becoming the vice presidential pick for Mr. Trump. The crowd enthusiastic.
Voter registration card.
Nominee made an appearance at tonight's opening session, coming out from behind the curtains to join the crowd. Saw a bandage on his ear. He made his way.
It doesn't say.
A little bit up the stairs to the VIP box, where he was joined by his running mate J.D. Vance, as well as his family members. Tucker Carlson in that box as well. The president sat there for the latter part of this evening.
I need to get my license changed so it matches my voter registration.
Republican National Convention. We heard from a union member. He heard from Sean O'Brien and others.
So it matches my, address.
Or the second session, I should say, the first day of the Republican National Convention coming to a close. And now we want to get your reaction to tonight. Republicans dial in at 202-748-8920.
Does not tell me.
748-8921. All others, you're
what I am
tonight,
registered
202-748-8922. If
I don't think it's anything.
Campaign, and if anything today or in recent days changed your mind, we want to hear from you at 202-748-8922.
Has anything changed my mind? I'm voting Trump now.
748-8903. We're going to get to those calls in just a minute, but we want to go down
Dustin, did I tell you good evening?
Floor. C-SPAN's Kate Michael with some delegates.
I'm so hungry.
And that's right, we are on the floor. The delegates are starting to file out because it's been a very long day. But we are talking to these ladies that are with us from Tennessee.
Oh, we wanted callers.
Middle Tennessee.
Oh no, this is almost as good as callers.
Why did you love that band so much?
Well, they're from Nashville.
And that's how Tennessee rolls.
That's right. We loved it.
Dancing going on.
Yes.
So did you expect it to be such a fun and energetic atmosphere here?
No, this has been a fun day. It's been just incredible and inspiring, and
what'd you make?
Just a good time.
Forever. Yes,
Yeah,
we will.
yeah, treasure it forever. Yeah.
The energy when we got here, it was indescribable. But as we progressed, it got more intense. And when Trump got here, exploded. It was an amazing event. We can't wait for tomorrow.
So tell me a little bit about what you thought when you first saw Trump come out.
Oh my goodness, how blessed we are to have someone that's going to turn our country around to the things that are special to us. So
yeah.
And there was a very big announcement today of the vice presidential pick. What did you think of that?
J.D. Vance, I think he is a very good pick. He's been strong, conservative leader. I realize that he's a little raw, but I think that this is a great opportunity.
Nice way of saying white nationalist.
Capitalize on the younger generation to bring them up and have them engage in
punchable face, absolutely.
And really show the younger adults and youth that
if he didn't have an eye, I'd piss in his open eye hole.
And we talked about the energy today and the party and the celebration, but it's also a day of business, right? Were there any changes to the Republican platform that you were particularly happy with or particularly not happy with?
There were a couple of changes. The platform from 2016 was a lot longer. This one was shorter.
Well, it's just support
2016
Trump.
addressed life a little more specifically. This one was a little more broad. I am a Christian conservative, so for me, that piece of it wasn't exactly
That dude with the one guy? What?
I understand the gravitas of pulling young people.
Oh, okay, that makes more sense. That dude that was with that one guy.
To have people
Like, oh, you're going to be a little more specific than that.
welcome. So that part of it I understood, but you know, I'm a stickler for the life piece. So I wasn't exactly.
Oh no, it's totally cool, Torchy.
But I understand
No, it was funny.
the strategy behind it.
And what are we looking forward to on day 2, 3, and 4?
Love the energy, love the messaging.
Oh God, there's more of this. I forgot.
The support throughout the United States, and get the voters out.
Why are you people watching this?
It's been amazing.
Yeah.
It's been amazing.
I'd just like to say
It's not been amazing at all.
I think we were all kind of thinking there were a couple other really great options, but I'm really glad he chose him. I love the fact that he's a
terrifying.
He came up in a regular family. He had to struggle. He went through things that most people have never had to face.
Who?
He's a military guy. Yes, he served in the military.
Absolutely.
Yes. So I liked the choice. I thought it was good.
JD Vance?
Well, thank you, ladies. Thanks for talking with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Reaction from some in the Tennessee delegation on the floor tonight. You heard their comments about Mr. Trump's pick.
Yeah, who? It was Byron Daniels.
Mate J.D. Vance.
Talk smack about Beau Biden.
For the younger generation. The senator from Ohio is 39 years old, and in a couple of weeks he'll turn 40. He's been serving in the Senate for less than 2 years. He was elected in the 2022 election, and here we are in 2024 at the Republican National Convention, and he's been drafted by the former president to be his running mate. Your reaction to all of it from today's opening session of the Republican National Convention. Let's go to Michael, who's in Dallas, Texas, a Republican.
What a day.
Hey there, how are you?
Doing well. What do you think?
Well, you know, it was interesting. Well, first of all, to the ladies in Tennessee, I'd like to say a hearty roll tide. But I did think
that's not Tennessee.
I'm 25. I'm located out here in Dallas, Texas. I originally grew up in Georgia.
Roll Tide is Alabama.
I don't know if the vice presidential pick is actually.
Tennessee is up on Old Rocky Top.
It's
you
almost
stupid fuck.
Interesting inverse where. The older the candidate is, the more the younger people get fired up. But it certainly is an interesting trend, and I think you see it somewhat on gender lines where younger men are becoming more conservative and younger women are becoming more female. But certainly an interesting convention, and I'll hang up and listen. Thanks so much. Have a good one.
That's
All
not
right,
true.
Michael Jeremy in Beckley, West Virginia, Democratic caller. Jeremy, are you watching the Republican convention?
Yes.
Absolutely. And you know, honestly, I went into this with an open mind and an open heart, and I'm not completely convinced, but I do have a little hope for the Republicans, and I'm just curious and anxious to see that if Trump does get it, what he's going to do. I hope all this has changed him for the good, so I am super excited.
Changed him in what way? What are you hoping for?
Well, you know, I just honestly feel like before on both sides that people didn't take accountability for the things that they did and say. And I just feel like, you know, everything has lined up for Trump to be president. And I just feel like in the past it was hard to listen to him, hard to take him seriously. And
it is hard to take him seriously.
Everything that's happened with the cases against him, the convictions against him, the shooting, I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful. We do need a new president. I had planned on voting for Biden, but honestly, after listening and watching and paying close attention, I'm truthfully undecided.
You're undecided. So, Jeremy, what could the former president say on Thursday night when he officially accepts the nomination and gives his speech? What could he say to convince you?
I'm just over the negative rhetoric. I want to hear and feel and see what our leaders did in the past.
What?
You know, this is a scary world we live in. It's a struggling world we live in, and I'll just say that I am a Democrat and I am listening. So, and I'm hopeful.
Okay. Is there anything that President Biden could say to get you to vote for him?
Honestly, President Biden, I believe in a lot of his policies. I strongly stand behind him. I do think he struggles a little bit. I'm hopeful for him as well. I just feel like we need a strong leader. And, I just wanted to put out there that I'm undecided and listening and watching.
All right. Jeremy, a Democrat there in West Virginia, says he's watching this Republican
Democrat in West Virginia. That explains it somewhat.
The second day will be tomorrow, and it'll go through Thursday. As we've said, our coverage here on C-SPAN has gabbled
That all?
You can watch the entire convention uninterrupted, no commentary, no analysis. You can do it here on
C-SPAN. Go to 11:30.
Download our free video.
They took the
mobile app,
numbers
C-SPAN
down.
now, or you can watch online as well. Jeffrey in Connecticut. Hi, Jeffrey.
Hi, thanks for taking my call. I watched the Republican convention tonight, and quite honestly, I think all these people are nuts. And I think that if you support any of these people, that you're nuts too. I think that I believe that Trump belongs in prison. I think that Biden belongs in a retirement home. And I think the fact that these are the choices that we have to run our government is just a reflection of a very sad state of affairs in this country.
Jeffrey, who are you going to vote for?
I am undecided at the moment, but as far as the presidential line goes, I may sit it out this year. I just think these are the worst choices we've had in our lifetime or in any lifetime.
In any lifetime.
Okay. Jeffrey there in Bristol, Connecticut. Edward, Dallas, Texas.
I don't know about any lifetime.
Edward?
Good evening. How you doing?
Hi, Edward.
Eddie.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
We can.
All right, cool. I'll tell you what, I was very, very impressed with everything. I believe that Trump is definitely trying to make a change. Yes, it's been rough for the past 4 years. I look forward to the better economy, the less of the inflation, the interest rates, everything just outrageous. It's getting hard to survive out there. And
Start out here for
so
pimp.
I'm really excited about everything that they're fighting for us, for the Americans. And I really appreciate them doing what's better for America. That's what it's all about.
Edward, were you
go ahead.
Were you watching this evening? And any speeches that resonated with you along the lines that you're talking about?
Yes. The one thing, like I said, I live in an area. Violence is not the best here.
He was undecided,
so
right?
I like the idea that they're trying to work on that. I like the idea
He was
that
other.
they're trying to make our economy better. They're trying to get the inflation down, and that's basically what I'm liking about all the speeches and everything is they're oriented toward us, the Americans. If that makes sense.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Well, we heard from Sean O'Brien, the Teamsters president. He asking both parties if he could speak at their conventions. He was allowed to speak here tonight. Not an endorsement from the Teamsters, but listen to a little bit of what he told the crowd here.
We heard it earlier.
Think about this. The Teamsters are doing something correct.
I didn't hear what line he called in on.
Think I shouldn't be on this stage. President Trump had the backbone to open the doors to this Republican convention, and that's unprecedented.
Oh my God, it's going to be such a long week.
In the race would have invited the Teamsters into this arena. Now, you can have whatever opinion you want, but one thing is clear. President Trump is a candidate who is not afraid of hearing from new, loud.
But we're coming on at 7 tomorrow.
And I think we all,
This is only day one.
whether people like him or they don't,
I didn't expect him to go this late.
what happened to him on
C-SPAN call is always a plus.
proven to be one tough SO.
I got to stick around for those. Mike Johnson should give you the creeps. That is a valid feeling to have when you see Mike Johnson or any man that fits the description. It was not an endorsement.
Now, when I won,
but boy, was it kind of kiss ass at the beginning.
2.5 years ago, we started reaching across the aisle. In the past, the Teamsters have endorsed GOP candidates.
He looks like Conan, the wrestler.
Reagan and George H.W. Bush. But over the last 40 years, the Republican Party has really pursued strong relationships with organized labor. There are some in the party who stand in active opposition to labor unions. This too must change. And I want to be clear. At the end of the day, the Teamsters are not interested if you have a D, R, or an I next to your name. We want to know one thing. What are you
doing? I called him Mick Mullen earlier. It's Mark Wayne Mullen.
I
totally forgot his name.
Tonight at the Republican National Convention with his message to the Republicans who have gathered here in Milwaukee. About 50,000 people is what they expected for this week in this city. And there are over 2,400 delegates who gathered here today for the opening day of the convention. The official roll call of the states occurred earlier today, making it official that President Trump is the former president is their nominee. He got the majority of the delegates. And they also made it official that Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio would be the vice presidential pick. We're getting your reaction to the news of today and the convention. We want to hear from you. Leah in Holiday, Florida, Democratic caller.
Leah.
Yes, I thought that there was a great electrifying moments tonight in Mr. O'Brien's speech. And, you know, before watching tonight, quite frankly, I didn't particularly like the idea of voting for Trump or Biden. I was kind of leaning towards RFK. But seeing that, you know, Trump invited O'Brien to speak and how bipartisan his speech was gives me hope that Trump will reach across party lines, which is what I think Biden has tried to do for us in the past couple of years. So I found it really enlightening tonight. It was
all Biden has done is tried to fucking compromise with the Republicans.
RFK Jr. met with former President Trump today here in Milwaukee. Had you heard about that?
I did not. I'm going to have to look into that.
Yeah, there were news reports that the two of them met. RFK Jr. tweeting out that indeed they did. There were rumors that the former president, asked RFK to endorse him. RFK Jr. putting in his tweet that he is not dropping out of the race. He says their meeting today was about unity. We'll go back down to the convention floor. Kate Michael.
Unity was that thing that Rick
It's Cherie Murray and her son Jace. They are delegates from New York. Now, Cherie, this is not your first convention, right?
No, it's not. I was here in 2016 in Cleveland, Ohio.
But this is Jace's first convention.
Yeah, this is actually my first convention. This is the first time my mom, Cherie, has taken me to a Trump convention before.
So tell me a little bit about what you experienced. What did you think of today's event?
So I thought that today I thought I had to sit there and just watch.
Clovis, you ask a really good question because I am a political streamer.
Was see Trump at home.
This is the best part.
Here, I saw
C-SPAN calls.
So many speeches, so many people talk about Trump and how God's was guiding him 2 days ago on Saturday. Because,
I don't think the kid knew the woman beside him before the convention.
Was going to shoot shot him, sorry, and he moved and
Shot through the heart.
so it only hit his ear. And today when he was
Shot through
walking
the
in,
ear.
the what do you got, paper on his ear because
bandage.
he went to the hospital.
So what did you think personally whenever you saw him?
I thought that it was that God blessed him, that he's still alive,
Oh my God.
and that assassinator was very wild, and he had no right to be doing this. And
That's a cool name.
A martyr. It was going to be a martyr if he would not have moved.
Now, why do you think it's important to bring your son? Oh, and the tears are coming. Now, why do you think it's important to bring your son to this convention?
You know, God.
No, I was thinking like a B horror movie, The Assassinator.
And raising my kids, I want to instill those traditional values. You know, my family raised me to identify with just doing the right thing always.
I love that he's staring right at the camera.
For my kids, and it's just an incredible once in a lifetime experience, and I wanted him to have that.
The Assassinator super spicy chicken sandwich.
So there's a lot to come in the next few days.
Are you coming to get me, Media Wench?
So I can put some happy tears on that face.
Well, for sure. I mean, I'm looking forward to the president's speech on Thursday. We saw that he nominated, or the delegation nominated, J.D. Vance as the vice president today. I think this is an incredibly strong ticket.
Anytime after the convention.
To the table.
Friday would be ideal.
Background with his youthfulness. So we're looking at reaching out to a new segment of the population. You know, President Trump delivered in his tenure in 2016, and we want to go forward.
She bought the kid. She brought the kid. I'm sorry.
Cherie Murray, thank you so much. And thank you, Jade.
Oh, that was a first. Thank you for having me. Sweetheart, you
An emotional day for those delegates here in Milwaukee at the Republican National Convention. One of the youngest delegates, I'm sure, here for the opening day. And you heard them talk about the emotions that they felt when they saw the former president come into
Colonel Sanders
forum here with a bandage on his ear, make his way a little bit.
This is C-SPAN. That was genuine.
Of today's opening session. Our gavel-to-gavel coverage continues here on C-SPAN throughout the week, uninterrupted, no commentary, no analysis, and we will be bringing that to you Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Raw dogging. That's what we call raw dogging the RNC.
To this convention here in Milwaukee. Let's hear from Stan, who's in Penfield, New York, a Republican. Stan.
Hello. Hi.
Hi.
Good for C-SPAN. Bless C-SPAN for letting regular American voices speak up and say what they feel, because those are the important ones. Also, I have to say, what that young man just said it all. That nobody had the right to do what they did, shooting at Trump the other day. I don't know how we have come to that. We definitely have to stop that. But I also want to say what I saw tonight was beautiful. I was in tears. In my youth.
What moved, Stan, what moved you tonight? What was so emotional about it for you?
Because as a black man, growing up here in America, being young, not understanding things, I was probably swayed and told, that you should be a Democrat. You shouldn't. Republicans are elite white folks who hate.
They are.
And so growing up, I've done a lot of things, and what I've noticed is
Democrats are still love elite white folk, but
forgiving me.
Bless.
And yet still.
Yeah, Venus. Jinx.
And I sit here blessed now, and that's what brought me into tears. I could cry right now. I love America.
There's some elite black people in the Democratic Party.
In Penfield, New York, a Republican. Jessica's also a Republican in Florida. Hi, Jessica. Have you been watching today?
Hello. I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right. Have you been watching today?
Yes, I have.
How'd you call in if she wasn't watching?
Little Jake for president, because that was a great speech he gave. Him and his mom, it was adorable.
Little Jake for president.
I was almost in tears. But me and my whole family here in Florida, we are pulling for President Trump. Our lives and our standard way of life got so much better when Trump became president, and we were able to move up in life, and now, we're barely hanging on. And it's not just my family, it's my friends and other family members who live up north, and this isn't the America that I grew up in. And I just wanted to say God bless Donald Trump, and we will be voting for him.
Jessica, what do you want to hear from him on Thursday when he delivers his remarks?
I want to hear what he has to say, of course, from Saturday. I'm always interested in anything that Trump has to say. Honestly, I think he's a brilliant man, and I think that whoever the gentleman was before who was talking about getting younger people involved in the vote, we need that. And I think that this vice president, being 39 years old, will bring in the younger vote, because the younger people are the future. And, things are looking bleak right now, but if everything goes the way that I'm praying, I see a bright future. And I'm just hoping to hear that Trump, he's definitely up for the job, and we're just so elated watching this national convention tonight, and I can't wait to hear it.
Elated.
Jessica, tonight was the first time that we've seen the former president for an extended amount of time since that assassination attempt. How did he look to you? What were your observations?
When he first came out, I noticed that he may have, started to become emotional. And
is the bandage bigger than it needs to be?
Trump, he always tries to, he is a tough guy, of course, and
no, he's not.
You could just see it in his face that this is like, it's really sunken in for him, I believe. Like, this is serious. This is really serious. And I really like seeing that softer side of Trump. I really do.
So would you like to see that in his remarks on Thursday night?
That would be great. But I know that he'll, he always has the right words to say, and he'll always,
yeah, this has all been insane.
Or whatnot. But I think he'll be great, and I can't wait to see it.
Okay, Jessica there. Elaine in St. Louis, Missouri, Democratic caller. Elaine, do you have interest in the Republican National Convention this week?
She was watching it, wasn't she?
Yes, I was interested in it. I am interested in it, and I really appreciate C-SPAN's coverage. And I all I want to say is wag the dog. I think that Trump entered the arena begging for sympathy. Remember when he had COVID, he didn't want to be seen with a mask on because he was so powerful. And when he was doing the exit from the stage, why did Trump hold his hand up and mouth fight? Who was he saying he wanted the people to fight? The Democrats?
The dirty Democrats.
His hand up in the air saying fight with venom reminded me of how he wants to exclude people. Who does he want to fight? And I think that Democrats stand up.
The sassy
We
grandmother.
have to continue to beat that horse. What is at stake? STAKE. What is at stake? Joe Biden is our candidate. Let's not air our differences, our doubts, our anxiety in public. We must back our candidate. J.D. Vance, I do not know too much about him.
He's a piece of shit.
The clips that were being shown today, I do not find him too trustworthy. He's just like Nikki Haley. I don't even want to hear her. She was doing the campaign. She was honest and forthright. And J.D. Vance was saying a lot of things about Trump's behavior and character. And now,
all right.
Oh, it's so.
All right, Elaine, and you can learn more about J.D. Vance if you and others are interested. Go to our website, cspan.org. We have a page there about the senator, all of his appearances in our C-SPAN archives, and you can find them there. Let's go back down to the convention floor. Kate Michael, what do you have?
I am actually with Mabenti Quarshi. She's the national politics correspondent at the Washington Examiner, and she is with me at the end of a very long day. This
the Washington Examiner
for you, but it's been an energetic day here at the Fiserv Forum. Tell me a little bit about the energy here today.
I mean, everyone has had a lot of fun. Everyone has been high energy, and I'm reminded that this is the first in-person convention in 8 years since 2016. So I think people have been caged up and they're ready to let loose. When Trump appeared on stage, the crowd went wild. It was a standing ovation. They cheered for him. They clapped. You could hear several "We want Trump" chants throughout the building. Everyone here is excited. It has been a good first day for the Trump campaign.
And a big day with the VP pick also announced today. What are you hearing about that?
So no delegate that I've talked to had anything bad to say about Senator J.D. Vance. They're all excited about him, and I think they trust.
I got bad things to say about him.
Trust J.D. Vance, then they trust him, and so they're excited for him. They can't wait to see what he does on the campaign trail. He's off to a good start. You know, when Chairman Whatley mentioned his name on stage, the crowd went wild.
Show.
He's also
what's up? Did I say that right?
What are you hearing from the campaign on the ground? How do you think the campaign...
Orange dude, what's going on?
They had
Vance was a garbage pick.
First days in a very long time. They kicked off this day with the classified documents getting thrown off, so they scored a major
Oregon dude.
Even before the main events from the convention happened tonight. Then they
did it on purpose that time.
There's not a lot of dissension. Everyone is rallied around J.D. Vance, and then Trump. You know, I think we sort of knew
we're glad to see you again, Oregon dude.
But when he came on stage, it was electric. Like, even just the video clip of him had the crowd going wild. So I think the campaign is feeling very good about themselves right about now.
So the Biden campaign actually had some counter-programming today. How do you think they think things are going right now?
I think the Biden campaign is trying, but, you know, President Biden's interview...
He's being a big boy.
It was a little testy. He did complain a bit about the media not covering Trump's life.
If they wanted to win, it was Nikki Haley.
So I think the Biden campaign might be still struggling a little bit to cut into the...
Tim Scott would have been a better pick.
Well,
Tim Scott would have been a better pick than the top three.
Can you preview what might be coming?
Exactly, Oregon dude.
What's going to happen this week?
He barely got into the Senate in deep red Ohio.
Fight. Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis will be speaking at some point during the week, and there had been tension during the primary, even after Haley had dropped out. People kept voting for her. She was still winning delegates. She's released her delegates to Trump, and so it'll be interesting to see, does she endorse him on the stage? You know, Ron DeSantis has endorsed Trump, and Haley has said she would vote for him, but how enthusiastic is her speech going to be for Trump? We're not sure, but we'll find out this week.
That's Mabenti Quarshi, national politics correspondent for the Washington Examiner. Thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mabenti.
And as you heard there, the president did sit down with Lester Holt today. That interview.
Shut up, Lester.
ABC. Want to show you a little bit of what he had to say about rhetoric in this country.
Well, let's talk about the conversation this has started, and it's really about language, what we say out loud and the consequences of those. You called your opponent an existential threat on a call a week ago. You said it's time.
Are you mocking that, Mox?
There's some dispute about the context.
Are you being facetious when you say that?
Crosshairs. I was talking about focus on. Look, the truth of the matter was, what I guess I was talking about at the time was, there was very little focus on Trump's agenda.
Yeah, the term was bullseye.
It was a mistake to use the word. I didn't say crosshairs. I meant bullseye. I meant focus on him. Focus on what he's doing. Focus on his policies. Focus on the number of lies he told in the debate. Focus. I mean, there's a whole range of things that, look, I'm not the guy that said I want to be a dictator on day one. I'm not the guy that refused to accept the outcome of the election. I'm not the guy who said that won't accept the outcome of this election automatically. You can't only love your country when you win. And so the focus was on what he's saying, and I mean the idea.
But have you taken a step back and done a little soul searching on things that you may have said that could incite people who are not balanced?
I love dictators.
I don't think, look, how do you talk about the threat?
Dick your dick in my fries.
When a president
I'm just slap happy at this point.
We've
been on almost 6 hours.
Look, I've not engaged in that rhetoric. Now, my opponent's engaged in that rhetoric. Talks about there'll be a bloodbath. Who says
things like that?
Talking about how he's going to forgive all those, actually, I guess, suspend the sentences of all those who were arrested and sentenced to go to jail because of what happened in the Capitol. I'm not making fun of, like, remember the picture of Donald Trump when Nancy Pelosi's husband was hit with a hammer, joking about it?
That was horrible. Complete train wreck.
President Trump on NBC Nightly News earlier today. We are in Milwaukee inside the
This is live. This is live.
Has come to a close. The gavel has come down, and they will start their second day tomorrow. We will, of course, have our coverage without interruption or commentary throughout tomorrow's proceedings. And then before the proceedings begin, we will get your reaction to the latest from Milwaukee, and we'll
do it live
as well.
Don't leave us yet.
Let's go to more reaction from our
there we
viewers this evening. Sean in Washington, D.C. Sean?
Hey, good evening. Thanks for taking my call. I decided to tune in to the RNC tonight because I was a bit disappointed by President Biden's remarks in his address to the nation the other night after the attempt on Trump in Pennsylvania. And also, in that interview you just played with Lester Holt, I found it pretty disappointing. I think he came up short what he should have said to condemn the heated rhetoric, especially on the left, which I think has gotten out of hand in recent years. So I decided to tune into the RNC tonight, and I found Mr. O'Brien's remarks definitely resonated with me pretty well. So I'm just digesting that and deciding how to vote right now.
So you're still deciding how to vote. What could former President Trump say on Thursday night that would seal the deal for you?
I think if he has a message of unity and essentially comes out as the bigger person,
why does everybody keep saying unity?
Biden had a chance to do that over the weekend. I think he could have said,
"This unity bullshit come from?"
But he didn't. He left it pretty vague and just condemned political violence in general. I think if he had come out and said, changing the rhetoric starts with me, Trump is not all these terrible things you say he is, if we disagree with him, that would have swayed me, but he didn't, so I think he's still kind of being too cute by half. So I think if Trump has a unifying message, I do like a lot of his policies as well. It's not just about the messaging, but I think if his message is unifying, it'll definitely help get me closer to voting for him.
All right, Sean there in D.C., undecided, he says. Jackie in North Carolina, Republican.
Hi.
Hi, Jackie.
Hi.
We can.
I was really impressed with how everything went tonight.
His little hands.
I'm an independent, but I have voted for Trump in the past and prospered under Trump. And I've had to watch my son, who's 40 years old and has 4 children, just everything has dwindled under Biden. And it's been really hard to watch, and I've helped it. And it's time to get back to a place where the America that we once knew is back. And watching Trump, his countenance was different tonight. It was nice to see him become emotional at some point, more human, more... he was affected by what happened on Saturday. It's affected him. And
the media you watch tells you that every day.
His countenance, I watch his countenance, I watch his face, I watch his mannerisms, his body language. It was different. When he is yelling, fight, 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 I think what people need to understand is he wants to fight for Americans, not against Americans, and that he is strong enough. I mean, who can be drugged off a stage saying fight, fight, fight? I think he's strong enough to fight against North Korea, against China, against Russia, against any of our enemies, whereas someone else, I just haven't seen it. I haven't seen anything but a decline in respect for America and America being strong and resilient and able to be strong against our enemies and not have to worry. Americans are scared to death right now on so many different fronts, and I think under Trump that fear will go away. I can't imagine not voting for him. I can't imagine a reason. If anyone would watch, Democrat, Republican, or Independent, if they watch...
Watch what?
Jackie, you cut off right there at the... Jackie, what did you think of his pick of J.D. Vance as his running mate?
I loved it. I thought it was... I had hope for Marco Rubio, but when he picked Vance, I was like, that's brilliant. This man, it's brilliant.
Who are these people?
He's on top of things.
Dougie.
He's dependable. He's trustworthy. He's got character. He has integrity. And he'll bring the future of Trump's visions to my kids, to my grandkids, to their kids. I think it's brilliant. And I love him. I love the choice. I think it's just wonderful.
All right, take a look at Politico's headline tonight. In J.D. Vance, Trump is going all in on populism and elevating an heir apparent. Jackie, do you think that's true? J.D. Vance would then be the heir apparent of the Republican Party?
I'm not sure the word heir apparent is appropriate. I think bringing the values of America back to what they used to be and picking a vice president who's
I'm almost done.
America back and continuing the legacy of America.
I figured C-SPAN would have wrapped up by now.
He's trying to make a legacy for America of what America was, what we
hungry,
and what we
my legs are.
And I think J.D. Vance can do that. And I think as a team, they'll be unstoppable, just unstoppable. I can't.
All right, Jackie's thoughts there. A Republican in North Carolina. We'll go to Billy, who's a Democratic caller in Missouri. Billy, are you watching the convention, the Republicans?
Yes, I have been watching pretty much since it started. I've been listening to the callers.
Me and you both, brother.
It's really hard sometimes because, I just don't get it because, you have Trump. He's a so-called billionaire. He totally is getting money. He lives off getting donations from his supporters. Then you have J.D. Vance, who's an investment broker, tech investor, and he's all about making money. And there's no policies that are going to help his supporters. All of his supporters are, just like mid-level and
stupid.
Everybody,
they're balls.
He's going to help them. And inflation is going on all around the world. We're doing the best towards inflation around the world. And what is Trump going to do? He doesn't have any policies. He's not going to wave a wand and say, oh, yeah, inflation is going to lower since Trump is in. It's not going to happen. The reason that gas was lower was because of the pandemic. I don't understand the reasoning and the infatuation with Trump and his policies. I'm really sorry about what happened on Saturday. I was watching it live, and it was horrible. But, I mean, like, he's not there to help his supporters. He's there to help himself and help his investors. That's what I think.
Okay. Billy there, a Democratic caller in Missouri.
Yeah,
John
Billy
is in California. John?
Hi.
Hey.
Yeah, there's been a
Hi,
lot
John.
of talk
We're listening
today.
to you.
Yeah, there's been a lot of talk today on the callers that I've been listening to about youth and about bipartisanship. And I'm an 18-year-old. I was in 5th grade in 2016. And the thing I love the most for, and the thing that I'm watching the RNC for, is a changed Trump. I was reading this New York Post article about an interview he gave on a plane heading to the RNC, and how it struck the reporter for the New York Post that Trump had changed as a person. And I think that would help the soul of America greatly if it is true.
John there in California.
Oh, didn't say that.
Tonight we heard from Senator Tim Scott, who was a 2024 presidential candidate and rumored to be a VP pick, a potential VP pick for former President Trump. He spoke before the delegates today here in Milwaukee. Here's a little bit of what he had to say.
Wow. Wow. Thank you so much.
Oh, we heard this shit.
Hello, Milwaukee.
What a goof.
Are you ready for 4 more years of Donald Trump?
No.
Oh, me too. Listen, if you didn't believe in miracles before Saturday, you better be believing right now.
I still don't believe in miracles.
Thank God Almighty that we live in a country that still believes
He's fired the fuck up.
Kings and the Lord of Lords, the Alpha and the Omega. And our God still saves.
The Lord of Lords.
And he still sets free. Because on Saturday,
free your mind.
The devil came to Pennsylvania holding a rifle. But an American lion got back up on his feet and he roared.
He got him mobbed up on something.
He roared.
You see that fucking rabbi?
Yeah.
Was that racist?
You see, America, this is a difficult time for
the spirit of Guilfoyle.
Inflation is crushing families.
This is this year's Guilfoyle moment.
It's crushing American workers. Failing schools and victimhood
Emo Dragon
are crushing our poorest kids. And the weakness of the commander-in-chief has invited world wars all around our world. Joe Biden is asleep at the wheel.
World wars and all around the world is kind of redundant. I misspeak all the time as well.
Republican Senator Tim
Ducky, did I tell you good evening?
In Milwaukee, the Republican National Convention. Now, if you missed his remarks, go to our website, cspan.org. You'll find all of the remarks broken down by individuals on our website. So if you've missed anybody, Senator Tim Scott or anybody else who you wanted to hear speak at the convention today or throughout the week, you'll be able to find it on demand on our website, cspan.org. If you're going to be out and about and you're missing some of our convention coverage, download our free video mobile app, C-SPAN Now. You can watch it anywhere on the go. And then, of course, you can watch right here on C-SPAN throughout the week our gavel-to-gavel coverage.
Even C-SPAN has an app now.
Robert in Spring Hill, Florida. Hi, Robert.
Hey, Bob.
Yes, good evening. Thank you for taking my call.
Oh, you're totally a Bob.
Hello?
Yeah, you bet. Go ahead. We're listening.
Got you, Bob.
All right. I'm happy and it touches me to hear prayer. Now, you know, with all the Republicans and all the people around the world praying for President Trump. And it's good to hear that. There's a question that I have. When Joe Biden said that he was a bullseye on President Trump.
Oh, I'm a total mess, Dragon.
Happen when this happened on Saturday?
Personal, professional, every level.
I broke down in tears. To actually see something like that on national TV.
Oh, wow.
I believe, as a Christian, that you don't do and say things out there in public or privately like that to hurt somebody, and charges should be brought against him because he wronged and knowingly or not knowingly hurt another person, whether it be a president, a person outside or whatever. I'm appalled by that. It's unbelievable what people in a power, something like Joe Biden, said on TV that he didn't know this was going to happen or whatever. What did he think? He's supposed to be an intelligent man. He's supposed to be running this country, which he has not the last 4 years. People are losing their homes, waiting online for food. I mean, it's just appalling for him to be even sitting at that chair.
All right, Robert's thoughts there in Florida.
Yeah, Bob.
Let me go to Jeff, who's next in Lynchburg, Virginia. Jeff, Democratic caller.
How you doing?
Hi, Jeff.
So we are
good. How are you?
Multi-generation life Democrats until our eyes and ears were educated through when Trump come on the scene, and we've been Trump fans ever since because of a Christian point of view and the moral point of view of the soul of America. We realize
holy shit,
our party has been hijacked by career criminals and a lot of people that they write. And
but he said queer criminals there for a second.
And it's not America motive. So we, my whole family has turned around, and we're Democrats.
Not Georgie.
We're kind of brought up in the tradition of we're all like coal miners, construction workers, police officers, and such. And blue collar against the white collar was the motto we were fed coming up, and we realized that it ain't that. We realized that everything that we thought we were standing for, or the Democrat Party was standing for us, we found that they're the opposite. They are actually what you would thought the Republicans were, and the Republicans are what you were thinking the Democrats were. So Christian values and the moral soul, we'll be voting for Trump again for President 47.
I'm sure you will.
Okay. All right. Jeff's thoughts there in Virginia. I want to show you a picture tweeted out by Jason Miller, a spokesperson for the former President Trump's campaign in 2024. It's an image of the airplane where the names have
Hold on a second. Is everybody still with me? The browser froze up. I'm still here, right? Yeah. Everything's good. Crash your browser. Oh, fuck. Woo! Clinically is now a subby. Weren't a subby before? I spilled my tea. Oh, I spilled it bad. It's all over back. Get us some C-SPAN back up and I'll take care of this. They're probably about ready to wrap up their coverage. Like 5 till the top of the hour. What a goddamn night. What a day. The news today has just been insane. All fucking day.
8 years. He is the GOAT, the greatest president of all time. Things were so much better under him. I don't see how anyone could not vote for Trump in 2024. I don't get it.
All right, Amy there. James in Wisconsin. Undecided, James.
Yes, I'm 73 years old. I voted in every election. You know,
I mean,
I look at
it's the Republican convention, so you can imagine that the sample would be skewed towards Republicans.
both of them are somewhat older. One is definitely cognizant impaired. The other one, he has his moments of saying that, you know, people are bad and so forth, so on. But at least he is trying to make the American life better. And when you're my age and you look at it, you're looking for people that are trying to improve the lives of the people in this country. With our immigration border, it's unbelievable.
All right, James. Linda Hall texts us tonight.
What even was his position on the immigration?
Anchors on during the speeches. I have looked at a dozen channels, and they're all full of anchors, and I can't hear the speakers. If you show speaker instead of anchors, I will watch C-SPAN for the rest of the week. Well, we hope you do, because that is exactly what we will bring you.
C-SPAN or the GOP feed. That's what I was. We raw dogged the RNC.
Democratic National Convention as we in Chicago in August, and as we have done over the past 4 decades, gavel to gavel, uninterrupted. No commentary.
Yeah, we call that raw dogging. That's what we did here on the Troll Patrol.
And then we'll let you join on a conversation about the convention, who you heard from, what you heard, what you liked, what you didn't like. That's all part of our coverage here on C-SPAN. John in Pasadena, California, Democratic caller.
Oh, fuck.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, John.
Hello. Hi.
Can you hear me?
John.
Hey, hi.
Is this me?
Actually, you know, you mind if I maybe kind of interview you a little?
What?
Because I have questions. Like, for example, you have callers that call in that say the election was stolen. Do you believe it was stolen? Because it seems to me common sense would say it wasn't stolen. I mean, we've had elections forever, and nobody's ever claimed it was stolen. Do you think it was stolen?
Why does it matter to you what the moderators think? Why is that important?
Well, because I kind of thought that people have, like, common sense that when you're told the sky is falling, you question it at least. It doesn't seem like some of these people are questioning anything that Trump says. I know some in my family that watch Fox News, and they just repeat whatever Fox News says. But there's a lot of other news organizations out there that, disagree on a lot of it. In fact, after the election, you even had Mitch McConnell come out and say it wasn't stolen. But yet, even today, because I heard a caller just earlier say that it actually was stolen. I'm just curious if people actually, think for themselves, or are they just told what to think? I mean, that's just one thing. The other thing.
Okay, John, I'm going to leave it there and go on to
Thanks,
Sam,
John.
Republican in Newport Richey, Florida. Sam?
Hey, good evening. First of all, I'd like to say I like you, Amy, and God bless America. God bless Trump. Prayers for Corey and the other critically injured victims in Butler, Pennsylvania. That actually is my hometown, so please pray for our community to heal. And I'd like to respond to another caller. What's at stake and on the ballot this election is our freedom, our democracy, our economy, protecting women's spaces, children in the womb, and our security with Biden.
I love C-SPAN.
And that election was clearly stolen. There's so much evidence. There's been hearings already. So I think it's quite strange that people can't wake up. They're living in La La Land. So I'm very excited to hear Trump speak and to hear more about his vice president pick.
All right, that was Sam in Newport Richey, Florida, and our last call for this evening. But the conversation will continue tomorrow morning.
Finally, this is over.
7 a.m. Eastern Time. And then the second day of the Republican National Convention begins at 5 p.m. Eastern Time with our preview coverage. That's where we'll get more of your phone calls in, more of a conversation with all of you, and preview the second day. At 6 p.m. Eastern Time is when the third session of this Republican National Convention begins. There were 2 sessions today, and we expect that that'll conclude around 11 p.m. Eastern Time. And when that happens, we will pick up here with your calls and your reaction. Remember, our gavel coverage here on C-SPAN throughout the week on our
Gonna be another marathon all week long.
and online on demand at cspan.org. Now we'll bring you back.
owe you animal video before we get the fuck out of here, though. We'll be picking up at 6 o'clock tomorrow. Of course we will. God damn. Here's a panther and a dog that are friends. They're friends. Hey, they aren't fighting or anything. Hey, they aren't fighting or anything. I just said that, Justin. You sound very tired and very high. Very cute. If you're watching on Twitch, we're going to head over. We're going to hang out with Kai at Proudly Radical. Go ahead, light one up, tip one back. It's alright to have a little fun before you hit the sack. I'm JustinFREAKIN. We'll see you later today or tomorrow night, however you want to put it, on the Troll Patrol live.